We are resisting an empire that sees genocide and crimes against humanity as routine, not taboo. But we are fighting not just for ourselves. The fate of Europe and the world is at stake. Evil has to be stopped. For the future's sake, it's always come back if it's not unpunished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yermak, for these very powerful words. Now, following Mr. Yermak, we have a special guest again from Ukraine with us. She is the General Prosecutor of Ukraine, Irina Benedictova. I hope that this time we have her faster on the screen and we will be able to hear her well. So once again, we have to wait a little bit to have her here. My apologies for these small technical twitches. Now we can hear you and we can see you. Good morning.
Great. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a real honor to me to share this time with you, to have opportunity to discuss the war in Ukraine, very aggressive, brutal war, and I'm very appreciated that you have done such event. There should be a great effort to secure justice and conformity with international law. Peace and justice are two sides of the same coin. I hope you remember these words of President Eisenhower, pronounced in 1957 regarding the Suez crisis. Could not be more fitting and appropriate in relation to the grave human rights and international humanitarian law violations taking place in Ukraine. Today, Ukraine is fighting for its sovereignty, independence, and peace in Europe and the world. I agree with Mr. Yermak totally. It was really a very strong speech, and I agree. International community has condemned military aggression and invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Moreover, unprecedented number of 43 member states have referred the situation in Ukraine to the International Criminal Court, and the Office of Prosecutor has launched an investigation into alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity. Notwithstanding this, for 89th day, heinous crimes are being committed by Russian forces in Ukraine. This is documented by domestic and international investigations, journalistic probes, human rights organizations' reports, inquiries implemented under auspices of international organizations, etc. All evidence indicates that the Russian military and political elite has unconditionally reverted to the brutal war tactics of violence, sowing fear and torturing civilians. Civilian population and civilian objects, including hospitals, educational facilities, and residential buildings, are internationally targeted in a widespread and systematic manner, typical of atrocity crimes. Violations by the Russian armed forces, documented by investigators and prosecutors, amount to unspeakable, deliberate cruelty and violence against civilians. This is particularly apparent in territories that were a front line of war, which practically became a slaughterhouse. Scale of barbarism and killings discovered there are now no bounds, be it in Kiev region or recently liberated Kharkiv or Chernihiv regions. Summary executions, practice of torturing and mutilations, horrific cases of rape, as a predominant method of warfare.
Recording stopped.
Including rape of minors, targeting and shooting of civilians in street, as well as freshly dug mass grave sites found a grim reality of today's Ukraine. It does not end there. Russia uses the practice of forced transfer of civilian population, and especially children, to Russian territories. Tens of thousands of people were already forcibly relocated. Children are separated from families and put into the foster care system available for adoption in Russia. One can only imagine the stress children are going through. Russia also...
We have to stick that we collaborate in one world and have some solidarity in the world, but therefore we have to change the rule of the markets as well. So these three things, I would say, give an idea where we have to heed to, and maybe this conference can also lead some ways into a more sustainable future.
Thank you. A really important message, very relevant for the World Economic Forum, that we need more and not less global cooperation and coordination at a time when, as you said, many countries are looking inward, saying, let's take care of ourselves, restricting exports. Just a very quick follow-up on a topic of the day. Where do conversations stand, say, with Hungary, and are we going to see a ban placed on Russian crude into Europe and then eventually products, maybe gas?
Well, you have to ask the Commission as they are doing the talks. Of course, we are seeing the worst of Europe, that only some states are blocking the development, and we have seen it in other areas before. I think there are different solutions possible. First of all, I would admit, and I have done the same for Germany, that the countries have different situations. There's a difference between, let's say, Portugal and Hungary, or the Baltic states and, I don't know, Spain. And we have to be very careful that we are not applying the same rules for everyone and not seeing the difficult situations some states are into. But saying that, I expect everyone, also Hungary, that they work to find a solution and not saying, okay, we have an exception and then we will lay back and build on our partnership with Putin in times of this. Saying that, I think I can imagine that we have special exceptions for Hungary, for example, maybe some other countries, but they must lead to a common answer. And the best thing that has happened in the past 3 months is that Europe and the transatlantic partnership and a coalition of a lot of countries was very firm in their answer to the aggression, of the violation, I would say, of international law, and we can't let slip this away. So staying together is the most important thing.
Thank you. Catherine, you heard the Vice Chancellor talk about these multiple crises, energy security concerns, soaring energy prices today, alongside a climate crisis that requires a faster shift to clean energy. Talk about where that puts a company like yours in the immediate moment, but also when you think about your longer-term plans.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Jason. So ENGIE, as a major European utility player, is really at the heart of what is unfolding a very large energy crisis in Europe, but not just. And we are obviously working on solutions very much in line with what the Minister was mentioning earlier. The first one is really around diversification of our supply. So this is something that we are doing, obviously leveraging the flexibility that LNG can give to Europe. And I'm sure Vicky will talk about that. Second aspect, and you've talked about it, is around making sure that we leverage and reinforce the strengths of our European solidarity, but also infrastructure. It is indeed very, very important that we continue to build that. There is, for example, fantastic gas storage infrastructure in Europe. We need to make sure that whatever we do, reinforce and strengthen this infrastructure, but also the market design to support the risk sharing between countries to make sure that Europe remains as strong as it has to. And the last point is around, in my mind, what needs to happen, which is around accelerating the energy transition. Because renewable energy, whether you talk about power or even gas, will reinforce European energy independence, because it is energy that is produced locally. It is very important, and I am pleased to see, the movement that Europe is taking around repower EU, which is really looking at that. At ENGIE, we have a very ambitious target around renewable energy, both on the renewable power, but also on the gas. We have seen today some obstacles, but it's really fantastic to see the states working towards lifting some of these obstacles, whether it is administrations, bureaucratic. And maybe I will talk a little bit about a point that is really important in Western Europe, which is around the acceptability of renewable energy. You have to understand, for those of you who are not from the continent, that there has been a very strong pushback against those windmills or even sometimes solar plants in Europe. And what I'm hoping here is that with this crisis, this acceptability, we can transfer that and translate that into appropriation, that the European citizens finally understand that the energy transition can be a solution to that energy independence challenge that is thrown at us. Of course, keeping in mind affordability, which is really the very narrow path that we need to stay on. And maybe just to finish on this acceptability, what is very important, it's about the pragmatism to understand where we are starting from. So today we have infrastructure in Europe, we have gas infrastructure, we have electricity infrastructure, and of course we want to go to net zero carbon. We have to make sure that we design a path that leverages all this infrastructure, therefore integrates both electricity and gas in order to get to that end point, which is why we are excited about the biomethane potential, Jason, as well as hydrogen a little bit further out to make sure that we can get to that net neutrality, carbon neutrality in the most affordable way, taking advantage of our existing infrastructure and where we are starting from.
And just a very quick follow-up on, so again, as I did with the Vice Chancellor on what's kind of top of mind in the news today, just can you say a word about how companies like yours and others will respond to the demand for payment in rubles and what that'll mean for Russian gas supply to Europe?
Yeah, Jason, we are working out a solution which we hope will allow us to continue to play a role as a key energy player in Europe, which is to provide, gas supply to our customers for heating and industrial production. And we've worked out a solution which seems to be agreeable to our supplier of gas, but also, of course, compliant with the sanctions, as well as making sure that we don't take any FX risks, for example. So we'll see how that goes.
Fatih, look, the International Energy Agency, we've been talking about energy crises and lots of references back to the 1970s. I see Dan Yergin here. He can, in Q&A, tell us about how this one compares to the 1970s. But the IEA was built in response to that moment of crisis in the 1970s. You've been writing forcefully about both the current energy crisis, but also the need to transition to a very different type of energy system in the future. Can you talk about how we respond in this moment to that dual challenge?
Thanks, Jason. So I think both colleagues have mentioned, you mentioned, Jason. I think we are in the middle of the first global energy crisis. In the 70s, it was an oil crisis, and now we have an oil crisis, natural gas crisis, coal crisis. They are all prices skyrocketing, and the energy security is a priority for many governments, if not all. It is why it is very simple. The reason, until 24th of February, Russia was the #1 oil exporter of the world, #1 natural gas exporter of the world, major player in the global coal markets. And the international community, most of the countries, are pushing back now Russia's aggression, and as a result, we are seeing the global energy crisis here. And of course, we are not living in a dream world. The world has to replace those oil and gas coming from Russia first with oil and gas and other technologies. I completely agree that the immediate response should include additional oil and gas bringing to the markets. But I prefer that our immediate response does not lock in our energy infrastructure for fossil fuels for many years to come. So how do we do that? First, we have to make the most out of the existing oil and gas fields, which are already there. Plus, shale oil and gas, because it's quick to come to markets and go from the markets. Jason, we have huge amount of methane emissions escaping now. Fixing them in just a couple of weeks of time is much easier, much more economic, and much quicker to bring additional gas to the markets. LNG, Germany and other countries are building in a hurry LNG terminals. When you build them, I understand it, but when you build them, put 10–15% more investments to make them ready for the in the future to use for ammonia or the hydrogen imports. Plus, I really hope that Mr. Minister will also mention there is a significant amount of spare production capacity in several producing countries. I hope they are going to make a positive contribution at this stage to the global energy security. But in my view, the biggest part of the response comes from the putting emphasis on clean energy, renewables, energy efficiency, and in my view, in the countries where they have nuclear capacity, increasing the nuclear production there. Belgium is a good example here. Now, what is my worry? My worry is the following. Some people may well use the Russia's invasion of Ukraine as an excuse for large-scale, a new wave of fossil fuel investments. Why I do worry about that? At least for two reasons. One, it will forever close the door to reach our climate targets when I look at those projects. This is number one from a climate change point of view. But number two, I think it's also important to note that it may not be, as it seems now, a lucrative business and good investments. Because everybody talks here, the companies, advanced economies, energy producing countries, energy consuming countries about clean energy transition. If they do what they say, even if they do 50% what they say, those fossil fuel investments may be idle in the future. So we have to say there's a business risk as well. There's a climate risk and there's a business risk for large-scale fossil fuel investments here. One should take it into consideration. Because when you make today we talk about the licensing of new oil fields. I mean, how many years you need the oil to come? From the exploration, there are many oil executives here, from exploration to first oil to come to markets today, you talk about the 2040s. So is this emergency situation continue to 2040s? Or either we are saying, if we all say we want clean energy transition, either we don't believe it, or what we are doing is not in line with our business portfolios, the interest. So we have to make a choice here. And in my view, Jason, the world does not need to choose between an energy crisis and the climate crisis. We can solve both of them with the right investment. I understand the current priorities today to fix the energy security problem. It's a big problem, especially in the developing, energy important developing countries. But we shouldn't forget that one of the reasons why we have such high prices and the security in the major developing countries is the heat wave, which is a result of the climate change. It is only the beginning. So no to large-scale fossil fuel investment, especially coal coming in big time in some countries, but also others. And yes, for the quick responses to energy security challenges altogether, as many colleagues said, but without forgetting the climate risk.
And a quick follow-up for you. I think when people hear, some people, what you just said, one question is the time frame. So you look at move faster to permit transmission lines and build solar and wind faster. Well, that sounds good, but it takes time. We have trouble permitting things. And I know I was encouraged to see Brussels recently issue a directive saying we have national security as well as climate reasons to want to permit that faster. Heat pumps in every home. I mean, this takes time, and you're worried about this winter and next. And also a lot of conversation on alternative sources of supply, as you just described. I'm struck that I don't hear as much conversation as I think perhaps there ought to be about demand as well, and conservation and efficiency, and what can we do there?
Yeah. Efficiency is the, as I mentioned, renewables and energy efficiency. Let me give you one example. As International Energy Agency, we made two big push in terms of energy security. One of them is we released substantial amount of oil stocks to the markets to provide a buffer for the oil prices. It is equal to about 1.5 million barrels per day. It's a huge and it's comfortable. I think India for the supporting position there. Lots of oil to the market. And I want to remind that it is only 9% of all the stocks we have. We still have a lot of oil stocks. If necessary, we can still bring oil to the markets. And the second, we made a 10-point plan. How we can, in a hurry, reduce the demand for oil and gas. Let me give you one example. This winter in Europe will be rather tough, and in Germany and elsewhere. One of our analyses show that if we bring in Europe the thermostat, the temperature, 2 degrees lower, it is enough to save 20 BCM, which is equal to the gas coming from Nord Stream 1. So demand-side measures do count, not only in a hurry, but in the long term. But there are some short-term demand-side measures also in terms of oil. Mr. Minister would remember from his previous days the tempo limit, reducing the speed in the highways, or the every second day the cars go into traffic, or car-free Sundays we have in France, we had because of the avoid the air pollution. So there may be some short-term and the structural energy efficiency policies. This is a key solution. But again, the renewables, and in my view, nuclear power, they are all part of the solution. We are not, I want to make it clear, we are not, we don't have only the choices of fossil fuels to answer this problem. We need fossil fuels as well in the short term, but let us not look in our future by using this current situation as an excuse to justify some of the investments being done. Time-wise, it doesn't work, and morally, in my view, it doesn't work as well.
A strong message. Thank you, Fatih. Minister Puri, I'm very interested in how the conversation we've had last 20 minutes or so looks from your standpoint in a country with so many people struggling to significantly grow energy use, do so affordably, what the economic implications of that are, and talk a little bit about the energy situation in India today and globally and what your priorities are for investment, for today's energy situation, and for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Let me start with some of the takeaways from the discussion so far, then give you some idea about what our energy strategy is in India, and also then provide, if I may, a little perspective in terms of how the world looks or how the situation looks from where we are situated. First and foremost, I would have no difficulty in subscribing to the assessment that we are facing a number of crises. It's not just one crisis. The energy crisis is there. It's real. I think I agree with the narrative you set out to provoke us into a discussion. I do have some doubt because you use the word unfolding. Let's make no mistake, oil at $110 a barrel constitutes a challenge for the entire world. The lead economy in the world, $20 trillion economy, facing inflation rates which are highest in 50 years. Another country with which I've had a long association, steepest decline in standards of living since the Second World War. I could go on and on. There are several elephants in the room here. And I think one, we need to acknowledge that we need to be able to navigate successfully out of the current crisis without adding more problems in terms of sustainability and going green. I totally agree with that. Now, let me give you some quick 7 points on what the Indian energy strategy is. And I encapsulate these 7 points in the words of the Prime Minister, who said, accelerating our efforts to move towards a gas-based economy. We're already moving from 6% to 15% of our overall energy mix. Cleaner use of fossil fuels, particularly petroleum and coal. greater reliance on domestic sources to drive biofuels, achieving the renewables target of 450 GW by 2030, increasing the contribution of electricity to decarbonize mobility, moving into the emerging fuels, including hydrogen, specifically green hydrogen, digital innovation across all the energy system. Let me, because of shortage of time, just pick up one issue. Biofuels. I was posted in Brazil around the period 2006 and 8. The government of India then was trying to go down the biofuels route, but all that we could manage by 2014 was a 1.4% of blend. Today, we are already doing 10% biofuels. In August and December, I have 2 of my plants coming up using second generation technology, producing 90 million liters of ethanol from agricultural waste and bamboos. A small example. We had a target of 20% biofuel blending by 2030. Because of the situation we find ourselves in, we are bringing it forward to 2025. So a target for 2030 is coming to 2025. Mr. Moderator, if the global crises that we are facing has taught us anything, we need to accelerate on the transition. And we're doing it in a large number of ways. But let me also share with you the perspective that we're a country where 60 million people go to the petrol bunk every morning to fill up. 60 million. One of the things that we need to ensure is to make sure that there is no energy shortage in any form in a large country which has a population of 1.34 billion. See what's happening to countries around India. I don't want to be, I'm merely stating a fact. 4 or 5 countries around India are in severe, dire straits. It's happening in countries all over the world. So we need to be able to navigate our way out of this current energy crisis and into an accelerated transition to green energy. By the way, since Russia is an issue which has been addressed, I was asked some time ago by my foreign minister who was going to the United States. He asked me, what is our dependence on Russian energy? So I told him, and maybe there was a mistake in the audio, I said the Europeans buy in one afternoon what we buy in a quarter. So I don't know what happened in the question and answer session. He said, my colleague, the petroleum minister, told me Europe buys in one afternoon what India buys in a month. No, it's in a quarter. We ended last year with 0.2%. Now we buy from countries around us. But if we are in a situation, and listen, I want to say this with a sense of responsibility, where energy supplies or the cost, energy will come in from any country. I have a submission to you. This gentleman sitting next to me is a friend of mine. I have many conversations. I do not believe that the world today is facing an energy shortage.
Exactly.
We are facing a situation where the amounts of energy being released in the global marketplace are short of the demand. That is what produces an inflationary situation. Now, I've been around long enough in a previous profession. I don't get into discussions on causation too easily. Whether that inflationary situation is due to trillions of dollars of stimuli that was put in or due to other factors, not important. Fact is, this is the situation. And if I think my German colleague raised the word, or someone, I think if we are going into a recession with a capital R, now if that happens, all these several multi-layered crises will reinforce each other. So, gentlemen, ladies, let me submit to you, we need to move on the green path faster, I have no doubt. But to manage a transition from where we are today to a sustainability path also means you have to survive today. Exactly. My friend brings in additional things we do. I agree with that. But we must be able to help each other at this point of time. Otherwise, if large economies start facing multiple pressures flowing from none, you may have new crises.
So that's a perfect lead-in, I think, to Vicky Holub. What I heard is there's no lack of supply. We just need more of it to come to market, and we need to not lose sight of a green transition in the longer term. So, Vicky, you've heard India, Europe say we need more energy today, including oil and gas? Are we going to see that from the U.S.? And also, what does that mean for companies like yours in terms of what the minister just said about also continuing to stay on the path of a transition?
Okay, as the oil and gas CEO on the panel here, I want to start out by saying that I believe that climate change is real and it's happening faster, and that I believe in an all-of-the-above approach to climate mitigation, and that is the use of renewables. We use solar in our operations, the use of wind power, and electric vehicles. We've got to do everything we can to mitigate climate change, and I feel that though the conversation really should be more about what are the emissions and how do we mitigate emissions. That what goes into the atmosphere is causing the problem. It's not the fuel source used. Because when you look at wind and solar, electric vehicles, all of those have a carbon footprint too. So we have to mitigate the carbon footprint of every other alternative energy that we're going to develop. I think the best way to do that is to use a strategy where we can actually produce carbon neutral oil. And producing carbon neutral oil comes from the use of CO2 injected into a reservoir, part of which remains sequestered, and ultimately all of it gets sequestered as you cycle it through. You can therefore create carbon neutral oil. The carbon neutral oil happens because it takes more CO2 injected into the reservoir to produce the oil than the oil emits when used. That's critically important for the transition because nobody's talked about cost yet. And the cost of the transition is going to be enormous. And if we can't find ways to help fund that and find ways to develop our oil and gas less expensively as we go along and through this transition, we're going to be in a tough situation worldwide, and I don't think we can make it happen. And so going back to one of the things that Fadi said, which is very, very important and something that I think is another way the oil and gas industry can help with this energy transition, and that is we shouldn't need to develop as many new reservoirs as what we have traditionally believed. Because if you take CO2 and you inject it into a reservoir, you're going to get more of the oil in that reservoir than you otherwise would. Take, for example, a conventional reservoir. In a conventional reservoir, depending on the conditions in the reservoir, because there's a variability in all reservoirs, but the most you're likely to get in terms of production out of that reservoir is probably 50 to 60% of the hydrocarbons at most. But in most reservoirs around the world, you only get 15 to 20%. And those reservoirs where you get only 15 to 20% of the oil in the ground, where you've already spent all these investment dollars to build the infrastructure to get that oil out of the ground into the market, if you don't have to duplicate that, if you could double the recovery from those reservoirs without having to go develop another reservoir of that type, then you have eliminated the carbon footprint caused by that duplication of infrastructure. So Fadi's right. We've got to aggressively, out of the reservoirs that exist today, that's where we should be getting our oil of the future. However, I don't think that we're going to that we can eliminate the need for oil in the next coming decades. I don't know when we're going to be able to eliminate it, but if we make this transition, if we try to push it so fast that we're not prepared to eliminate the use of oil and gas, then we're going to be in a worse situation. And we're seeing that happening today. We've got to plan our energy transition around what we know we've got to accomplish with respect to fueling those industries that are hard to decarbonize, like the maritime industry, the aviation industry. Those will be the most challenging for us. So as much as we want to promote the use of alternative energy sources and nuclear, even nuclear, we want to use nuclear in our operation too. So those are things that we've got to do, and we're pushing this really hard because again, it sequesters CO2, it produces carbon neutral oil, it generates the funds that will help the transition. And if we think about getting back to that and getting back to it's about the emissions and working on the emissions, That's how we can, I think, get to a better place. And the U.S. can provide ample resources to the rest of the world. We have a lot of oil and gas resources remaining in the United States, and we can provide it to the rest of the world. However, it's becoming more and more difficult to do that because of the fact that we're getting a lot of headwinds to do it in the United States. And one is the belief that we can end the use of oil and gas sooner rather than later. And when you have that kind of rhetoric and you create an environment where people believe that's possible, then it makes investors and others less willing to invest in the industry. It makes us a weaker industry and likely unable to continue to help with this transition.
I want to open it up to questions from the audience. We have 2 questions for live polling to get a sense of the room. And then there's some real deep expertise in this room, and I want to make sure we have the chance to hear from all of you, and there's a few people here I want to call on too. So you can participate at slido.com, entering the hashtag Energy Outlook, or you can scan the barcode right here with your phone, and it'll take you to it. Is that? So I think the question will come up on the screen.
Now we see one of the problems of the day. Everyone is raising a smartphone. In old days, you just raised a hand. So we could also save energy, but not using the smartphones, but raise a hand.
Well, these are 2 different things. You're going to raise your hand to ask a question. Okay, people are having difficulty with the barcode. Oops. They're 2 different things. We're going to do questions from the audience, and you're going to raise your hand. But we're going to take a poll of the audience, and that was with slido.com, if people can scan the barcode, or go to slido.com and enter the hashtag Energy Outlook. So, well, let me first get a show of hands on how many people are actually able to vote on this polling question right now from your phone. Okay, there's a couple, so let's do it. So, question is, do you expect the global energy crisis to slow down or accelerate the energy transition needed to reach 2050 global climate targets? Slow down in the short run, but accelerate in the long run. Accelerate in the short run, but slow down in the long run. Energy transition will accelerate from today or no impact. Obviously, multiple choice gives you imperfect options to vote on, but pick whichever one you agree with the most. And I think we'll see the result in just a moment. So, wow. We got a lot to talk about.
Changing.
So there seems to be an interesting divergence of opinion about whether this is going to slow us down or speed us up. So that we will come back and talk about that in a moment.
Interesting.
And then I think we have one more question. What do you see as the highest energy priority that will require action by governments, companies, civil society in the next 12 months? Reducing emissions, improving energy security, improving energy access, reducing energy costs, or achieving greater independence in energy. And again, multiple choice doesn't give you the ability to acknowledge that these are all important priorities, but I think trying to give a sense of how people weight these different things to the extent there are trade-offs. So what's interesting about both questions is just how much divergence of views there is in the room. There's not an overwhelming consensus on anything, and I guess that is why we're here talking about this and struggling with it, because the people up on this stage are trying to manage multiple different priorities. So now I'm going to open it up to questions from the room. I think let me start with Dan Jurgen here in the front row, and I'd love to come to Laurence Tubiana next, and there are microphones to pass around.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for the panel. Minister Habeck, getting divorced, Europe's getting divorced from Russian energy, as you know better than anybody, is a very big challenge. Can you tell us how your thinking has evolved since February 23rd about it, and how your sense of the options has evolved since February 23rd?
And I think, let me just hear from Laurence as well, and then we'll give a chance to respond. We might take 2 or 3 at a time.
Thank you. First question to Mrs. McGregor. Fatih Birol mentioned the very important issue of methane. How are you dealing with your company on that? And to Minister Habeck, we see that Eastern countries and Western Balkan countries want to come back under the umbrella of EU. Do you think that climate policies, the Green Deal and clean energy could be a rallying cry, or would be adding difficulties to our policy?
Let me start with you, Vice Chancellor, and then Catherine, and if anyone else wants to weigh in, and then we'll come back to other questions.
Yeah, first of all, I think the right answer was it will speed up the transition, the energy crisis right now.
Did you vote on Slido?
No, I don't. I don't have my mobile phone with me, but I have a microphone, so I can vote for my own. Because it's one of the cheapest forms of energy we have the possibility to get. And of course, it takes 1 to 3 years, but definitely we will see an increased amount of renewable energy in Europe and worldwide right now. See what's happening in Australia, for example. And we heard just Mr. Puri from India, what they are doing. This is going to happen right now, and then the market will follow. Now, actually, we are at the brink of a politic wanted transition, but very short time it's a market transition. So customers will ask for green mobility, green warming, and so on and so on. And the companies not offering that, they will have a disadvantage. This is what's going to happening right now. And in Europe, the phasing out of Russian fossil fuels, I think it's happening in a tremendous speed. At least for Germany, I can say that. We over 2, maybe 1.5 decades, the German politicians, they increased the dependency on Russian coal, gas, and oil, and this was a strategic mistake. And this was repaired, or is in the verge of being repaired over weeks, I would say. So there's something happening. But of course, the problem is what Mr. Puri and also Fatih has stressed out. Not buying Russian oil and maybe reducing the amount of Russian gas we are using in Europe is not saying that Putin is not earning lesser money. We've seen it all over the last months now that they have earned a fortune. And not only Gazprom and Putin has earned a fortune, but also some companies have. And so this is what I meant when I said we have to keep the markets open, but we have to change the rules. Of course, there is enough fossil fuel on the market, but the prices are skyrocketing with disastrous effects also in Europe, but the more in countries that don't have such amount of money to buy LNG to whatever it costs. And we have to fix it. So there are some ideas. One would be that we agree that we don't pay any price. This is, of course, not in the market system promoted as the WEF over the decades, because the market will repair the problem. But I don't think that this is going to work right now. So we have to be, if this is a change in times, then we have to change the rules as well. So I think there must be more creativity, more flexibility to think the unthinkable and to come to solutions over short term, that we don't give all the money to Putin and spoil the markets and come to disastrous effects in other countries. We see what's happening. You're right, Mr. Puri. If we have a global recession, or if we have a food crisis because the prices for gas are too high and we don't have enough fertilizers in the world, so what's going to happening there? So we have to fix this, and we have to do it with a new form of leadership, not to say we've never done it before in history. This is not an answer. We have to find new solutions, and we have to find them fast. And maybe this WEF can be part of the solution as well. If we have a mood to move forward and not to shy back.
I agree. It would be instructive to have this kind of a polling done in some other parts of the world. There, the cost of energy would come right up. It would take the whole band there, and then other things will follow. And that would, in a sense, also reinforce and accelerate the pace of transition. It's one. But just a little bit of sales pitch on my side. We have the lowest solar costs in the world, abundant sunshine. We are going to be the critical drivers of demand. So come to India and participate in our energy transition programs.
Thank you for the invitation. Catherine, I'll just ask the panelists to keep responses brief if they can, because I want to get more people in from the audience. But there was a question for you. And
I think there was a question around methane and I guess the control of methane leaks. So we're not producing natural gas at NG, but we operate infrastructure. So here it's all around operational excellence. And then in terms of buying gas from our suppliers, we actually benchmark the CO2 emissions from the various suppliers. And we try, and favor, obviously, the low-carbon suppliers. So the Norwegian, for example, have the lowest CO2 emitting methane from all. And in terms of some of our providers from the US, for example, we're also engaging with them with the concept of responsible source gas, which allow them to make commitment, auditable commitments, on how they are extracting the gas, producing the gas, and transporting the gas to make sure that indeed the methane emission problem is as low as possible. And lastly, I will just mention that it's also very important that we green the gas and therefore focus on biomethane, hydrogen, green hydrogen, and derivative is going to be really the future of gas that will fix the methane problem forever. But that's a bit longer term.
let me take a few more comments, questions, and I'll come to you, Fatih, next. I know you wanted to come in on this too. Badr Jafar.
Yes, so our company, the Crescent Group, is a diversified family business group based out of the UAE. One of our subsidiaries, Pearl Gas, is the largest gas producer in Iraq, with great potential to deliver large volumes of gas, including into Europe. That's the disclaimer. Ultimately, security of supply is underpinned by security of demand. So what I'd like to know from what I've heard today is how do you reconcile the position that on the one hand there's this urgent requirement to replace 150 billion cubic meters per year of gas displaced or replaced from Russia, with what we were hearing from my friend Fatih, there cannot be a commitment for more than a year or two. How does one reconcile those two positions, which from a sort of producer perspective could very easily lead to even greater underinvestment, which would even complicate the issue even more and lead to even further crisis in the near future?
And let me take another comment. I think I have lights in my eyes, but I think that's Zainab Usman.
Hi, Zainab Usman from the Africa program at the Carnegie Endowment in Washington, D.C. My question is for Fatih Birol. How practical do you think your advocacy for the immediate transition away from fossil fuels is? And I ask this question with respect not just to the timeline, which has been extensively discussed here, but also in terms of the use cases of fossil fuels. Take oil and gas in particular. In your messaging, you seem to imply that oil and gas are only used for electricity generation and also transportation. But there are a lot more use cases. Fertilizers in particular, clean cooking solutions, petrochemicals and other things like that. So for many parts of the world that are not in Europe, your message tends to be, or is perceived, I know that's not what you mean, but the way people see it is that their opportunity to industrialize via these industries will no longer be available to them. Mm-hmm. So how would you respond to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Zainab. Fatih, we'll start with you.
Okay. First, Jason, I wanted to go back to the poll, and I would, if I could, I would vote for this situation may really accelerate the clean energy transition. Why do I say this? You mentioned the beginning of the 1970s. In 1970s, the oil crisis not only ended up with the high inflation and the recession, but also innovation in the energy technologies. I give you one number. During those years, an average car needed 20 liters to drive 100 kilometers, 20 liters. And right after that, as a response to the oil security, the average car needed about 10 liters to drive 100 kilometers. It was a response to the crisis. And now we are lucky now, compared to 1970s, because we have readily available competitive technologies now clean energy technologies, which were not solar or wind or electric cars. They were not there in 1970s, but we have them now with us, or hydrogen for that sake. So I am therefore more hopeful, and I think the climate commitments the countries made and companies made, if they do, at least I said 50% what they promised to do, it will accelerate. Coming to the question of the oil companies. Now, there are oil companies, and I say oil companies, we automatically think of the IOCs in or the majors in the Western world, but there are oil companies which are NOCs, national oil companies as well. When we look at them, Jason, there is a very important number, I tell you. In the last 5 years, on average, the oil and gas industry revenues was $1.5 trillion until 20, just average. They make money, $1.5 trillion. This year, this $1.5 trillion will jump to $4 trillion US dollars. We have never seen this in the history. No. $4 trillion US dollars. So what are we going to do? What are they going to do with this windfall revenues? This is a key question. There are basically three options. They invest in the traditional business. Second, they pay back to the shareholders. And third, at least some of them, they used to invest in the clean energy technology, as they said they are going to do. This can be a very good opportunity for those companies to show that they are really sincere, that the amount of this historically record windfall revenues goes, at least a part of it, to clean energy transition. Third question, are we going to need oil and gas in the future? Of course we will. Nobody said we will not. Of course we will. But if we want to keep Africa, which is the continent which has the least sins in terms of the emissions, but will have the worst effects of climate change, if we want to avoid this worst effect of climate change for Africa and the rest of the world, we have to reduce their use, especially coal, followed by oil, and followed by gas. And dear colleague, we cannot, in my view, we cannot apply the same recipe, in my view, to all the countries. I cannot look at one European country and Mozambique. I cannot compare them. If Mozambique today, 65% of the people don't have an access to electricity, and if they have a natural gas deposit nearby, to tell them don't use natural gas would be a wrong, very wrong way of doing it. But globally, there are not two ways. Either we reduce the use of fossil fuels, or we are all happy to live in a planet which is completely different than today. We have to make it, it's so simple. So there are not, it is not, I think the gray zones, this current crisis will reduce the gray zones, and IEA will also contribute to that. And we have to all be transparent what we are saying, what we are doing, and what are the implications of that. And finally, I mentioned this $4 trillion US dollars, and we are going to come up very soon. Those companies, what they said and what they do in terms of the amount of money they allocate for clean energy investment in their overall portfolio, how does it look like? We are going to publish these numbers, and we hope that in addition to those companies helping the energy security, they also help the clean energy transition, as they said they are doing.
I'm going to give each of our distinguished panelists 30 seconds for final comment or reflection, and if they stick to 30 seconds, we will end on time, and I will not get in trouble with our organizers of the World Economic Forum. So I'm curious what could surprise us, in your view, with respect to today's energy crisis or the energy transition that maybe we haven't talked enough about in the coming year. If you have a thought about that, you can feel free to ignore that question and offer any other reflection you want in response to the conversation we've had, so you don't need to follow directions on the question, but you do on 30 seconds. Vice Chancellor, let me start with you, and then we'll just go down the room.
The best hope we have is that everything can happen faster and cheaper than we ever thought before. And this happened in the past time. You mentioned UAE. When I was there, they told me that they want to achieve a price per kilowatt hour under 1 euro cent for renewable energies. So if this is going to happen, then the rest is done by the market. And I think all estimations were wrong. We were faster and cheaper with renewables than we ever thought. And if we continue this path, then we have a fine idea of the future.
Thank you. Catherine.
Yeah, very much along the same lines. I think we'll be surprised. I think it's going to be a big success, this energy transition. We do need to get the private-public partnership, regulation, and technology pieces to all pull in the same direction. It's going to be a critical success factor.
Fatih.
Thanks, Jason. So I think my message is very clear. We have an immediate energy security crisis with high costs. I hope we all together, consumer countries, producer countries, South, North, all of us together, make the most to address this energy security challenge, which was caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, without locking in our energy infrastructure for fossil fuels in the future. We should not try to justify a new wave of long-term fossil fuel investments on the basis of what Mr. Putin did.
Thank you. Minister Puri.
All the stakeholders in the global system need to do some serious introspection and subject whatever they've been saying and doing to a reality check. We need to deal with all these crises simultaneously without allowing the solution of one crisis to exacerbate the other crisis. So you've got to navigate your way out of the high-cost situation. This is not sustainable. At the same time, you have to accelerate the green energy transition. Taken together, yes, we will come out of it. The costs will be there. There will be pain. But at the end of the day, we'll be working towards a better energy world.
Thank you. Vicky.
I would say that I'm optimistic that ultimately we'll get there. I just don't know how many more oil and gas supply crises we're going to have before we can get people to seriously look at the reality of the situation and how much the oil and gas industry can and will do in this energy transition. And yes, we are spending dollars. Again, we're going to build the largest direct air capture facility in the world in the Permian Basin. We're going to expand it around the world. We're going to prove that technology, and we've made the commitment and the dollars to do it. I think that if the rhetoric around the world, though, continues to want to kill fossil fuels, then what you said is exactly true. We will ultimately lose the opportunity to help the energy transition. And if we lose that opportunity, the transition fails.
Thank you.
Hate to end on a pessimistic note. I'm normally not pessimistic.
This was a great discussion. We heard the need for more, not less, cooperation, coordination. I think the WEF is a
Neutralität war und ist denn auch die Solidarität. Die Neutralität der Schweiz war nie starr, sondern wurde stets weiterentwickelt. Denn die Welt steht nie still. Konflikte und ihre Auswirkungen sind internationaler geworden. Gemeinsam heißt, dass das Denken in größeren Räumen wichtiger wird. Wenn unser demokratisches Umfeld bedroht ist und völkerrechtlich vereinbarte Werte wanken, ist auch die Schweiz bedroht. Das erleben wir gerade in diesen Tagen. Seine Grenzen findet der Handlungsspielraum im Neutralitätsrecht. Auf der Basis des Haager Abkommens gelten für die Schweiz die 4 Grundsätze 1. Keine Teilnahme an Kriegen. 2. Keine Mitgliedschaft in militärischen Allianzen. 3. Keine Truppen- und Waffenlieferungen. Und 4. Keine Durchgangsrechte. History shows that wars always have their aftermath. When that time comes, Switzerland is ready to act as a mediator to facilitate talks and create platforms so that they may take place. Last July, the 4th Ukraine Reform Conference took place in Vilnius. The aim of these international reform conferences is to support Ukraine in the areas of democratization, decentralization, and modernization. The 5th conference, organized by Ukraine and Switzerland, will take place in Lugano, Switzerland, in early July this year. But this time, it will be a recovery conference. Because when the war is over and the weapons fall silent, all our efforts will be focused on rebuilding. The path to reconstruction and addressing the economic consequences of the war will be channeled through a broad-based political and diplomatical process. The conference in Lugano will provide an opportunity to discuss this complex path to recovery with all key stakeholders for the first time. It will mark the international kickoff for the recovery process for Ukraine. Last week, 40 countries and 18 international organizations have been invited to attend this high-level meeting. And Switzerland is offering to host follow-up conferences to address further steps if necessary. Even if the end of the war is not yet in sight today, it would be unforgivable to wait any longer before starting to reflect on how to organize such efforts and on the role of national and international institutions, and so risk losing valuable time. Mi rallegro davvero molto di poter accogliere la conferenza nel mio cantone di origine, il Ticino. Mesdames et messieurs, la guerre est synonyme d'instabilité. Cette guerre-là, motivée par des forces destructrices, qui non seulement ébranlent l'architecture de sécurité géopolitique, mais font aussi voler en éclats d'autres principes de la civilisation. Cette guerre-là marque une rupture face aux piliers fondamentaux de l'ordre établi. Dans ce contexte, les questions affluent. Nous en parlons bien évidemment lors de ce forum économique mondial. Le risque d'une polarisation accrue est une réalité. Qu'est-ce que cela signifie pour les marchés mondiaux? Qu'est-ce que cela signifie pour les économies? Et finalement, qu'est-ce que cela signifie pour notre prospérité? Permettez-moi d'esquisser dans les grandes lignes 3 scénarios qui pourront servir de point de départ à vos discussions, si vous le souhaitez. Le premier scénario associé au niveau de risque le plus élevé est celui d'une mondialisation sectorielle. La formation de blocs conduit à un découplage des espaces économiques et à des circuits régionaux fermés. Ce modèle comporte des risques considérables. Polarisation, politique hégémonique exacerbée, guerre froide commerciale, effritement du dispositif réglementaire mondial, blocage des échanges et, en conséquence, vaste perte en termes de prospérité. Le deuxième scénario est celui d'un recul pondéré de la hypermondialisation. Il s'accompagne d'une renationalisation calculée des ressources, des chaînes de valeur et des processus de production revêtant une importance systémique. avec, en conséquence, une diminution des interdépendances, des risques et du nombre de fournisseurs. En contrepartie de ce deuxième scénario, il faudrait alors compter avec un renchérissement des produits, puisque ce recentrage ciblé est indissociable de pertes en termes d'efficience. Ce deuxième scénario pourrait représenter peut-être une solution transitoire. Le troisième et dernier scénario consiste à renforcer un multilatéralisme ciblé. C'est pour moi la voie à suivre. Aujourd'hui comme demain, renforcer le multilatéralisme de manière ciblée et le recentrer sur ses tâches essentielles constitue le moyen de passer le cap des espoirs mis à mal. Le multilatéralisme doit se concentrer avant tout sur les grandes questions qui ne peuvent pas être traitées de manière isolée. Des questions telles que le climat, les pandémies ou l'extrême pauvreté. Des questions telles que les crises financières mondiales, les blocages commerciaux ou l'approvisionnement énergétique. Des questions, on le voit ces jours-là, telles que les risques de guerre ou les grands flux migratoires. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot remain static in the face of the dynamic of our time. So let's think decisively about focusing rules and institutions on the most pressing geopolitical risks. The existing multilateral institutions, such as the UN or the Bretton Woods institutions, do cover these issues. But they are repeatedly blocked by conflicting interests. That tendency is increasing. And because timely and decisively multilateral action is imperative in these key areas, rules and reforms are needed to ensure well-established and bindingly accepted political coordination that is up to meeting these new challenges. Three scenarios, one broad framework. Perhaps your discussions will take you in other directions. That doesn't matter. What matters is that such discussions take place without moralizing and remaining open to a broad range of opinions. Solutions do not emerge from an exercise in groupthink. They emerge through open dialogue, because conversations are the basis for any new solutions. That is what it is all about here in Davos too. Vi ringrazio e vi auguro discussioni fruttuose e animate.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour vos mots de bienvenue et de nous dessiner le grand monde dans toutes ses facettes. We are waiting now for our opening speakers, President of Ukraine. So I ask you just to have patience for a moment. Volodymyr Zelensky, the President of Ukraine. Tomorrow marks 3 months when, on the 24th of February, Russia began an unprovoked and unnecessary war against Ukraine, an act which has cost thousands of lives and has caused 6 million Ukrainians to seek refuge abroad and displaced over 8 million people within the country. Every country has the right to live in peace, determine its own means of governance, and choose the strategic alliances it wants to have. Every country's territorial integrity and sovereignty must be respected. These are the main principles, as the President of Switzerland has shown us, of international law and the post-World War II order. Mr. President, now on the first official day of the World Economic Forum Annual Meeting 2022, we convene in Davos at the most consequential geopolitical and geo-economic moment in the past decades. Mr. President, we have all seen the leadership, your courageous leadership. We are eager to hear from you on what lies ahead for your country and its people, your vision for peace in Europe and the international global order, and how we can assist you, because everybody of us is affected by what's happening in your country. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Дуже дякую. Дуже дякую. Для мене сьогодні це велика честь. Шановний пане голово, професоре Шваб, шановний президенте Касіс, шановні пані та панове, шановні присутні. Я вдячний за цю можливість взяти участь в дискусії на форумі. Загальна тематика Давосу цьогоріч – історія у поворотний момент, урядові політики і бізнес-стратегії. І саме цього року слова «поворотний момент» не є просто риторичною фігурою. Зараз дійсно такий момент, коли вирішується, чи пануватиме в світі груба сила. Якщо пануватиме, то наші думки і не цікаві. І в Давосі ми можемо більше не збиратися. Бо для чого? Груба сила не шукає нічого, окрім як підкорення тих, кого хоче підкорити. І вона не дискутує, а вбиває одразу. Як це робить Росія в Україні просто зараз, прямо зараз, в цей час, коли ми з вами спілкуємось. До речі, погляньте, будь ласка, на будівлю колишнього російського дому в Давосі. Він перетворений на дім російських воєнних злочинів. І це є приклад їхньої трансформації. Того, що Росія зробила з собою, ставши державою воєнних злочинів. І того, що вона несе світу, надихаючи ще й інших потенційних агресорів. Замість успішних мирних міст, чорні руїни. Замість нормальної торгівлі заміноване море і заблоковані порти в Україні. Замість туризму закрите небо і тисячі російських бомб і крилатих ракет. Ось як виглядатиме світ, якщо цей поворотний момент людство прогавить. Виглядатиме як дуже велика колекція воєнних злочинів.
It would resemble a large set of war crimes. So history remembers many moments when everything changed dramatically. For example, how several shots fired could kill millions of people. If those shots were fired on June 28, 1914 in Sarajevo, history remembers how much grief one person can do if it can see, it can understand that it's not being properly resisted, as it was, for example, in 1938 in Munich. Some historical twists and turns were noticeable, some not, but we always had to respond to them, trying to prepare for other historical upheavals so as to mitigate the possible consequences, or trying to heal the wounds out of catastrophes that followed one or another historical twist. And now we have a large collection of such responses. There's UN Charter with all these agencies, the OECE, the IAEA, the WTO, and many other institutions. But are there enough of them to respond to what we have faced today? But is it possible now to try to adapt those institutions for modern challenges? Definitely not. We need to change the approach, not to respond, but to act preventively. And not only to adapt to new realities, what we have, but to create new tools, new precedents. Look at what Ukraine has already done. We have established a historical precedent for courage. We didn't listen to those who said that our defense would not hold longer than just a couple of days. We have stopped the Russian army, which was called the second largest in the world, at the cost of heavy fighting, at the cost of thousands of lives. We are gradually pushing the occupiers out of our territories. But would we have to do that if we were hard last year and a full range of sanctions would be applied against Russia preventively that could knock down any aggressor? I'm sure the answer is no. Preventing war could be guaranteed should the sanctions of the world would be preventive and not just imposed as the response. Ukraine has set another precedent in the 3 months, a precedent for the unseen unity of the democratic world around the emotions of genuine admiration for Ukrainians' courage and around the understanding that you would need to fight for the freedom. And now hundreds of millions of citizens in democratic countries are putting pressure on governments and companies to make sure they would limit or restrain their relations with the aggressor state, with Russia, and instead to help the people who was under attack. But this is happening only now. Even though Russia started its war against Ukraine back in 2014, we are grateful for this support. But if that happened back then, immediately, that unity, that pressure on governments, on companies for the stake of the fight for the freedom, would Russia start this full-scale war? Would it bring all these losses upon Ukraine and upon the world? I'm sure that the answer to this question is also no. Now we see that the world listens and believes Ukraine, but there's also a certain expectations of the world as to how the situation will be resolved, what tools will work, what new can we create to prevent such aggressions in future, and how do we stop the brute force that has challenged everything that we all cherish and value. That's what the turning point means. Ladies and gentlemen, don't expect for the fatal shots being fired. Don't expect for Russia using their special weapons, either chemical, biological, and even more so nuclear. Do not give the aggressor the impression that the world would not resist enough. Protect the freedom and regular peaceful order in the world with the maximum efforts possible. This is what the sanctions should be. There should be maximum, so that Russia and every other potential aggressor who wants to wage a brutal war against its neighbor would clearly know the immediate consequences for their actions. And I believe there's still no such sanctions against Russia. And there should be. There should be Russian oil embargo. All the Russian banks should be blocked. No exceptions. There should be an abandonment of the Russian IT sector. There should not be any trade with Russia. This should be a precedent for sanctions pressure that will work convincingly for the decades to come and would support the peace. It is necessary to set a precedent for the complete withdrawal of all foreign businesses from the Russian market, so that your brands would not be associated with war crimes, so that your offices, bills and goods were not used by the war criminals in their bloody interests. Values must matter, particularly when a full-scale war begins and the global markets are becoming destabilized, because someone there is simply neglecting the values. In that case, everyone suffers losses. We offer every company that leaves the Russian market to continue operating in Ukraine. You'll have access not only to our market of 40 million consumers, but also to the common market of Europe. And your brands, your positions, they will only increase because you would truly support the protection of freedom. Our representatives here in Donbass can inform all of you on the details of the prospects that Ukraine opens for your businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we offer the world to set a precedent for rebuilding the country after the war, which will show everyone who dreams of destroying the life of a neighbor that the war is not working. I invite you to take part in this rebuilding. The amount of work is enormous. We have more than $500 billion in losses. Tens of thousands of facilities were destroyed. We need to rebuild entire cities and industries. And we offer a special, historically significant model of rebuilding when each of the partner countries or partner cities or even partner companies will have the opportunity to take patronage over a particular region of Ukraine. It could be a city or community or even an industry. Britain, Denmark, the European Union and other leading international entities have already chosen a specific area for patronage in rebuilding. And thanks to this model of relations, the post-war rebuilding could be fast, could be efficient and could be of high quality. And this would not only allow to attract the best specialists, architects, engineers, builders, developers, managers, and others, but it will also be the largest in Europe since the World War II. It will become the largest opportunity for an economic way forward. And I hope that at the beginning of the international conference in Lugano, that was mentioned by the President Kassis, it will be held in July this year, dedicated to the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. All of our partner countries and most of the leading companies of the world will come up with their own packages of proposals. And taking this opportunity, I would like to extend words of gratitude to Switzerland for organizing this conference and supporting our efforts. I would like to know the efforts of Ursula von der Leyen, particularly her proposal to establish a platform for rebuilding and reconstruction that would be managed jointly by the European Commission and Ukraine and will allow to direct the European Union resources to restore the normal life in our country. But the list of the new precedents that we need would not be complete without a few more decisions. There has to be a precedent for punishing the aggressor and for the investments in the peaceful life. The Russian assets, which are scattered in different jurisdictions, must be found. There has to be seized or frozen, and then they should be allocated to a special fund that would be used to help all those affected by the war. Of course, this is not easy, but after that, there will be definitely no motivation of every aggressor to do what Russia has done and what it continues to do. If the aggressor loses everything, then it definitely deprives him of any motivation to start the war. Let's move on. Any response to the mass famine is too late by its definition. The famine should be stopped only preventively, when it's not yet started. But now the world simply has no tool like that, and we propose to establish the Organization for Responsible and Democratic States, exporters of food products who can act with respect for human rights and global trade rules. The motivation for us is very simple. Whatever the turning points they are in history, the humanity should have a tool to protect itself against the hunger, and Ukraine is ready to provide a platform for the activities of this new organization, which is definitely an important one. And one more aspect, this war of Russia against Ukraine convinces everyone that support to the country under attack is the more valuable the sooner it is provided. Weapons, funding, political support, and sanctions against Russia. If we would have received them by 100% of our needs at once, back in February, the result would be tens of thousands of lives saved. This is why Ukraine needs all the weapons that we ask, not just the ones that we've been provided. That is why Ukraine needs funding. That's at least $5 billion per month. And all the funds that we need for rebuilding our country. This is why we have established a fund for rebuilding Ukraine called United 24. And we call upon everyone to join this platform. For each and every donor, we will have a specific proposal how to help and where to allocate those funds, where are those priorities. The targeted nature of our work is the absolute priority. And then, under this brand, United 24, we propose to establish a global structure that can, within 24 hours, can provide sufficient support to any country that has suffered or faced a military attack, a natural disaster, or a pandemic. So we offer a new format for security guarantees based on what we have faced, what we have went through. And there must be something that sets a precedent for a timely assistance to everyone who needs it, to save lives, to save social stability, all the necessary elements for a normal economy. For example, something like a 911 service. There has to be similar service that is called United 24, which would guarantee the security on a global scale. Ladies and gentlemen, a man whose name is still well remembered, George Marshall, said the following back in 1947. He said, "Our policy is not against a country or a doctrine, but against hunger, poverty, despair, and chaos. Its goal is to revive a functioning economy in the world, to allow the emergence of political and social conditions in which free institutions can exist." These words are relevant even today. My proposals are all the same. They are designed to counter the hunger, poverty, despair, and chaos. And of course the war, which is unleashed by the Russia, and which brings nothing else but hunger, poverty, despair, and chaos to many in the world, not only to us, to Ukraine, because guaranteeing peace and stability and security requires all of us acting quickly and preventively. We should not be afraid to set new precedents, and this is what the world should learn at various turning points to which it paid a high price. This was the price for the fact that the world would only respond but not to act preventively. So now we can do it differently, finally, in the correct way. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Zelensky. You have shown us the magnitude and the complexity of the issue and what is actually at stake. Mr. President, if I may have still two questions. The first one is the following. What is your dream? How do you see Ukraine in the future? What is your vision for Ukraine in the future?
Thank you for this question. Complex, yet simple one, a philosophical one, and very specific one. Just to be frank, I'm myself being the president of a state at war. We already are thinking what is the Ukraine of today. Because every morning starts for me with getting the number of people who were killed in the past 24 hours. Unfortunately, according to the statistics, we've got 87 dead bodies, 87 victims today in Desna, nearby Chernihiv, just today. So the future of Ukraine will be there, but without them. I would hate going into emotions deeply at this point, but I can tell you that our country is losing a lot today, every day. But it makes us stronger. We have to pay dearly for the freedom. We wage this people's fight for the nation, for its future, and definitely the victory is awaiting us ahead. I'm sure we will be a victorious state with unified people, unified by this victory. I'm really glad that we've resulted to be that strong. And I mean the civilians, the military, we will be a strong nation with specific security priorities. As we do understand that with a neighbor like this, anything can happen anytime, and the war may repeat itself. We have to make it, in a way, we have to create such conditions that people or businesses would not be afraid to exist in this country, to thrive in this country. Just to take an example of Israel. Speaking just of territory, this is a smaller state. This is not about historical importance, just geographically. Ukraine is a bit bigger than that in Europe, and the task of defending our land is more complex. And the task is to create the most up-to-date defense system, to create the most modern multimodal defense and security system, to enter into cooperative defense agreements with the countries we respect and we have trust in, and hopefully these documents will be approved by the parliaments of our partner nations to see that any chance for the aggressor to try enter our country in the future will be short-lived. Again, the future of this country is about people and businesses, about development of digitalization. We are not going to dwell into corrupt deeds or or oligarchic institutions. Nothing of that will remain in Ukraine. Actually, there is nothing like this already in Ukraine. And I think this modern, this safe nation, this nation which is appealing to them, to the rest of the world. This is my dream of Ukraine. Thank you.
Mr. President, your country is playing a substantial role in feeding the world, if I may say so, and your exports at the moment of food products are interrupted. How can we help to restore Ukraine as a major, to fulfill its function, to be a major contributor in order to avoid a food crisis which would be so dangerous for all of us in the world and so painful? What can we do, and what can you do? What can we do for you?
You know, lots of steps it might entail. Best if these are in and around the country, which is happening at the moment to the larger extent. The priority matter is to deblocate our seaports. You know of our seaports being blockaded. The whole of the Azov Sea, most of the Black Sea, this has been done by the Russian Federation. And you probably know that they are stealing our grain on a daily basis. The Russian military are doing this, smuggling them by ships to other countries, and we need to react promptly on that. Our Minister of External Affairs is actively working with the peers and services in other countries. And actually, it's a tricky question itself, how you as a country can buy grains that you know for sure have been smuggled by Russians from Ukraine. So we work in this direction along diplomatic channels, and other countries have been assisting us on that because we won't be able to fight these Russian Federation's actions all alone. So another point is how to deblocate our ports, seaports. The European Union is engaged. I've talked to Boris Johnson, to Andrzej Duda from Poland, to Turkey, to Switzerland. We talked to the United Nations, asking for substantial, real steps towards establishing a corridor which would allow exports of our wheat, sunflower, and other grains, because otherwise there will be a deficit, and you know it will happen everywhere, in Asia, in Africa, everywhere. And this will be like, you know, a continuation of the energy crisis they launched the previous year. And with blockading our ports, they're doing just the same in the food realm. So we need to agree on a corridor, and Russia will not be able to stand against the leading countries of the world. We are able to export about 10 million tons from these ports, which will mean there will be no hunger in countries. There are options of doing it by railway, but we have many leaders of our neighboring countries, our friendly countries. We are talking to them, like the Baltic states, the representatives are here today. So we are talking how to use their facilities, their seaports on the Baltic to do it. So there is no single one-size-fits-all solution for that. Again, there can be no simple solution with a neighbor like Russia Federation. Well, there are also military solutions how to deblocate our country, our land, our waters, and we are going to do it parallel to other efforts. Again, we need assistance from around the world for that. Let us not forget, the war is going on. You may not perceive it as being quite distance, some 1,000 kilometers from you, but this is still an imminent and immediate aggression. And it can speed up if Ukraine fails. The blockade of seaports is one of those steps. They've ruined our refinery industry. Now we have problems with imports of fuel, petrol, diesel, so on. So many challenges we have to face, and I ask everyone to assist Ukraine financially and not just in terms of financing. I've explained already today that we need to deal with multiple issues and challenges like food deficits in the world and in Europe, and we have to deal with Russia. But parallel to that, our national economy has to remain operative. And financial assistance, and we are deeply grateful to international, particularly financial institutions, for their assistance, like the IMF. I'd like to particularly personally thank Kristalina Georgieva for her understanding. I would like to thank the United States of America for the support. Some of the recent packages have been recently signed by President Biden. So we welcome it, but we want everything to come as fast as possible because much depends on the speed.
Mr. President, you have shown the situation in your country and how much our future depends on bringing a solution to the terrible fight you are engaged in against your will. Now, you have here, Mr. President, in the hall, more than 1,000 leaders from politics and business. If you had a personal wish to each of those leaders, and if you would address individually each of those leaders, what would be your message to conclude our session today? What would be your message to each of the leaders here? Your personal message.
To each one, 1,000 of them, I'm not sure I would have enough time. I'm really short on time. So I would rather say that, Ukraine is short on time. No. I'm pretty much sure that no one has any idea how much time does Europe or the world has. And because of that, I wouldn't speak personally to anyone specific, particular, because I think the world has to be united by this threat, by this war unleashed by the Russian Federation. The world is united already now, and I am thankful to the world for this. I would only wish you not to lose this feel of unity. This creates this punch that the management of the Russian Federation fears the most. And, well, I do understand and know that each of you esteemed world leaders have your own range of priorities and issues, and each of you has a country to look after and think about. But I'm also thinking that we risk losing those values, the ones that we are fighting not to lose in Ukraine. I would wish that every one of you wakes up in the morning with this feeling in the head, like, what have I done for Ukraine today? Thank you.
Mr. President, I can conclude this session by thanking you, by saying we are all united with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Thank you indeed. Thank you for
Director for the World Food Programme, and Eric Vierwald, the CEO of Syngenta. David, and welcome, everybody. Thank you for your time. David, I want to begin with you. I think no one's ringing the alarm bell louder than you on the short-term crisis, which I think many of us understand because we see the headlines. For me, also what's crucial is what we've discussed here, which is the trajectory of where we're going without dramatic intervention.
Oh boy, Julia, you know, before Ukraine, I was already out there with a clarion call that we've got a world food crisis and we're facing the worst humanitarian crisis since World War II. Just when you think it couldn't get any worse over a year ago, you had Ethiopia, then you had Afghanistan, and then the breadbasket of the world. This now got the longest bread lines of the world. And so now, because of this crisis, we're taking food from the hungry to give to the starving. It's absolutely a crisis mode. What do you think is going to happen when you take a nation that normally grows enough food to feed 400 million people and you sideline that? What do you think is going to happen? And so when you add the fuel costs, food costs, shipping costs, it's devastating to not just our operations, but to global food security. When you go back to 2007, 2008, and Arab Spring, you look at the economic indicators then, and you had 40 nations with political unrest, riots, protests, and today the conditions are actually worse. So look what you see in Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Peru, Pakistan. I could keep going on. That is only a sign of things to come. And so over the next 10 to 12 months, we probably will have a significant, as we are having, a pricing problem. But because of the fertilizer issues that we're facing, the lack of production, not just in Ukraine, but in North America, South America, Africa, Asia, because of droughts and many other factors, we very well could have a food availability problem that's not going to impact just the poorest of the poor. It's going to impact everybody. And that's why I'm excited to be here, because I think the media and the leaders are now beginning to recognize that we have got a problem, Houston, and we've got to zero in on the solutions. Now, it's a perfect storm within a perfect storm. And if we don't get the port of Odessa open, it's only going to compound our problems. Because we've got to get those fields back operational. We've got to get those silos full again, but they can't get the silos empty unless we get the ships flowing. It's critical, absolutely critical, because we will have famines around the world. And the number that you mentioned, when I took this job, there were 80 million people marching to starvation. That's not chronic hunger. You mentioned 810 million that are chronically hungry. These are the people that are in shock, acute food insecurity. It was 80 million, and it went to 135 right before COVID. Why? Man-made conflict, climate. COVID comes along, boom, just shocks it up to 276 million people. Now we're looking at 325 million people in what we call IPC 345. Now here's the most startling fact. Out of that 276 or 325 million, there are 49 million knocking on famine's door in 43 countries. And those are the 43 countries we have got to be extremely concerned about that will result in famine, destabilization, and mass migration if we don't get ahead of this.
And I think the danger is we try and ramp up production in the short term and we do it in unsustainable ways. So actually we exacerbate the longer term issues that are exacerbating the longer term crisis that we are already in. Your Excellency, I want you to come in and talk not only about Tanzania, because you represent solutions. You've talked to the UN about how we tackle this for the continent of Africa in itself. So we can talk about where Africa needs to be and how it's facilitated in that. But can you talk about, at least in the short term as well, what escalating fertilizer prices, what supply chain breakages mean for your country, and how it's going to exacerbate the long-term issues too, to that point?
Well, thank you. First, the African continent has suffered not just from the COVID pandemic and its implications on food. We have had the climate effects, droughts, as it has already been said, but of course bad agricultural policies as well. And all these need to be addressed. So for me, I think if we are to avert a global world crisis, I think there are two strategies that we have to follow simultaneously. One is national actions. And national actions, by that I mean, first, we have to deal with the mega investments currently in agriculture. We have to invest in irrigation. We have to invest in rural roads. We have to invest in smart agriculture. So we also have to deal with land allocation issues for larger scale cultivation. But importantly for the continent, we have a youth population. Well over 70% of our people are young people below 25 and below. So we must strategize so that we have the youthful population involved in agricultural value chains throughout. And this is being done in our case in Tanzania. We are even allocating land over 2,000 acres, subdivide them into 100 acres for our youth. And we think this is going to make a major difference. But critically, we have to invest in improved seed varieties. And here is where the world can help. We have to invest in fertilizers. If we do this, for the very short term, we can turn this crisis into actual an opportunity for the continent. But critically, it is important that we get global partnerships. And this is what has changed in the continent recently. So IFAD, the World Bank, Syngenta, private sector, all these are coming in with solutions that quickly turn the crisis into an opportunity.
Eric, I'm going to come to you and wait for it. But it's tough to invest in fertilizers, at least in the short term, when the prices are soaring. I mean, in fact, governments make tough decisions, in fact, to go the opposite way with a critical, devastating impact on crop yield that already struggles. Miriam, the key word for me that kept coming out there, and I was trying to count and then I lost count, was invest. Talk to me about the UAE, because you recognize for many reasons a country that has, what, less than 5% arable land, 80 to 90% food imports, and yet you're in a far better position. Admittedly, you have far more money than many other countries, but it does require a program. It also requires understanding the consequences of your policy decisions, not just implementing broad policies, and we'll come to that. Talk to me about your view here and what you see.
Thank you so much, Julia. It's lovely to be here amongst friends, so many familiar faces. And I was just actually saying to David, every time we see each other, there's another C on top of us, right? We've got climate, conflict, COVID, crisis. We want it to stop because, as you all mentioned, the numbers are really going into a trajectory that we're not happy with. And so for me, there's a lot of things that I want to talk about. So on the innovation side, yes, absolutely. We need to look on the innovation side. It's really critical that we know where it is where we're going. And I think this is also something you want us to focus on. There was already a lot talked about, but I want to talk about us as also some countries who are in a better position and what our responsibilities are. One thing I say is let's keep markets open. The flow of food needs to keep flowing because if food does not flow, we get famine, as David very well knows. He's always saying, you guys need to put me out of my job, but actually we're giving him more and more job to do. Another thing that I think we all need to think about, we're all here, and in a way, we're all somewhat to blame for where we are in some way or another. And so we have to really look at solutions and working together, partnerships. Something I was talking about in another session is let's try and eat less meat. This is something that I think would be a quick win for us to help in the situation we're in. Let's reduce food loss and food waste. It is so important that we all think about how we're living because what we're doing as consumers plays a huge role. Yes, invest in innovation and technology. The UAE is doing that. We launched Foodtech Valley. That's already nearly complete in its first phase. We launched Foodtech Challenge, again, trying to get agri-technologists, innovators to come and innovate. Partnerships is really important. With Sadhguru, we had him just a few days ago in Save the Soil campaign, how important soil is to our food systems. I can only also urge countries in their NDCs, put more ambitious NDCs and put food systems in your NDCs. It's really, really important. Pippa Malmgren actually said something. She said, if we fix food systems, we fix world order. And I really believe in that. Another thing I had as well is, the coalitions with the Aim for Climate is something we're spearheading with the United States of America. We have 170 people on board now. And all this is about creating kind of vehicles to get countries to commit, and also other countries who don't have the investments to say, you know what, we want to be on board, we want to learn from you, we want to use the science, what seeds should we be using, what methodologies should we be using. And this morning we signed with the World Economic Forum, the Mohammed bin Rashid Global Innovation or Initiatives signed with WEF to set up an ecosystem, a global ecosystem for food innovation hubs. As His Excellency also mentioned. So all these countries or all these initiatives are coming together to create that ecosystem so that investors and investments can flow into this to accelerate innovation enhancement.
I mean, there's so much in there. I'll add one more thing. Fix food security, fix world order, inadvertently but directly tackle climate change. And I know that's going to be incredibly important to you in COP28, and we'll come back to that. Before I get to Eric, last but not least, I just want to ask the audience, who likes to eat organic food? Who purposely, and admittedly I'm talking to 0.01% here, but who likes organic food? Be honest, please. Participation, always welcome. Yeah, a lot of you. We like organic food. Tough audience, Eric, because you've been right out there and said, organic food's great. It's not the way to feed the world. You've also, as a company, come under severe fire. And it goes back to what I said at the beginning. There's a war in Ukraine, but there's a wider war going on. And when I look at what you're doing, I see you fighting a wider war, but that comes at a heavy cost for a business and for PR for that business. Talk to me about what you're doing and what you think we need to be tackling longer term too.
So I think it's really important as we talk about solutions, to start with what is the problem. And talk about, we've got a major food security crisis globally, and we've got a major climate change crisis.
Right.
And the climate change crisis is part of the reason for the food crisis, in addition to conflict and other issues. So we've got these two major global issues that we have to tackle. Agriculture has to be part of the solution to climate change and has to tackle food security. So if we're going to go after these, we need many solutions, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So I'm not trying to talk negative about organic or positive about organic. I'm talking about what do we need to do to meet outcome goals, to make sure there's enough food for everybody in the world, that agriculture is more productive, we can grow more food on less land. And if we can do that, and at the same time, the same practices, the same technologies that do that help address and solve climate change. Take agriculture from 12% of greenhouse gases, ag food system from 1/3 to nature positive. How do we do both? And so I talk about things like regenerative agriculture practices, which food companies are increasingly talking about, governments are increasingly talking about, banks. How can we help farmers do things like don't till the soil, leave the carbon in the soil. Don't take away the stove or don't burn the stove or leave the carbon in the soil. Cover crops in the winter so that you don't have soil erosion. Puts more carbon in the soil. Rotate crops so that you have more nutrition going into the soil. These types of practices and the technologies that enable them are the solutions. Let's talk about solutions, not just preconceived notions about what they should be. What are the facts? What's the data? How are these things doing? We've worked with 1,600 demonstration farms with these types of practices and have seen dramatic yield increases after several years, 33% reduction in greenhouse gases, far less fertilizer and pesticides, and that's better for the soil, better for food security, and deals with climate change.
I want to go back on your point there, though, because, it goes back to the point of policy and understanding where your destination is. I mean, you said it's not against organic or not, and it's great for your margins because you make better margins. The problem is the yields are lower.
Yes.
And if you look at the Green Deal in the EU, they're now mandating 25% organic. So a policymaker's coming up with bold ideas that sound really good, but actually come at the cost of perhaps famine in other parts of the world. That's the consequence of some policy decisions, like organic farming, for example. It's like we have to work out where we're going and then work backwards.
Right. So we and our industry are encouraging the EU in the Farm to Fork strategy to have outcome goals.
Right.
To have goals around productivity, land productivity, agriculture productivity, and greenhouse gas reductions per unit of food production. Then that will unleash technologies and practices that make that happen. And if organic can be improved and achieve those goals, fantastic. What I see happening, the reality, because I talk to a lot of farmers and spend a lot of time on farms, is that if you take the best from organic, the rotation of crops, and the best from conventional, where you use limited, only where you need fertilizer and crop protection, but you also go beyond that with these other practices and technologies that enable them, you can dramatically increase the yields and you can drop the greenhouse gas emissions dramatically.
Would you like to come in here and talk about what this would mean, this kind of science, this kind of specific targeting, this data analysis of understanding farming would mean for a continent like Africa, for example?
Well, that's key. For example, we have initiatives right now where we deal with acidity of the soil,
yes.
Salinity, and these make a lot of difference because you are dealing with climate-related issues, but again, you are also making a big impact on agricultural productivity. So I think these are just some of the initiatives that we need to scale up. But aside from that, in the case of the African continent, I think there is another dimension that is often sidelined. We are all focusing on Ukraine, that terrible war, unwarranted, but we have similar challenges across the continent. In Mozambique, Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, South Sudan, Central African Republic, and therefore there has to be regional interventions, regional collaboration to resolve these conflicts as well. Otherwise, whatever the science you are going to apply to improve agricultural productivity, if we don't silence the guns, it's not going to work. So we have to deal with both.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a vital point, and we can't escape that, whatever we talk about in terms of gene editing or science or agri-tech, when it comes to the possibility at some point in the future of the continent of Africa not being a net importer, actually being a net exporter and providing incomes for the farming households. I mean, that's a dream, but it's, to your point, it takes more than just perhaps science. Miriam, can you comment on this point?
Sure,
please?
sure.
Whether it's strategic plans ahead of COP28 or more targeting, because every area is different. Tailored responses are required to that point specifically, wherever you are in the world.
It's so difficult because now we're all sort of looking at what's happening in the news, and it's kind of swaying us a little bit away from all the things we were discussing before. I mean, again, climate crisis, food crisis. Friends, it's right outside that door.
And the danger is short-term solutions to address the supply crisis, and it pushes us in the wrong direction in every other way.
Yeah, and the complexity is that everyone is at a different level, everyone has different resources, and everything is kind of interlinked together. Food systems contribute to 1/3 of global greenhouse gases. Food systems are a problem, but they're also a solution. We've got, because of the conflict, all the humanitarian work that needs to be done, all the focus areas that needs to be swayed so that we get the people that are actually in need of food, that they get to the food, that they get the access of food, that those who want to go into more sustainable methods of farming can get access to finance. It's really, really complex. And there's no, a solution or silver lining to this. But what we can say is that by working together, we're much stronger. And I also feel that going now towards COP27 in Egypt and then COP28 in the UAE, we're really looking to make sure we have the inclusivity element in it, that we're looking across the whole food supply chain, not only looking on the production side, but as I said, also on the consumer side, because we all have a role to play in this. We want to make sure that we have solutions that we can scale up. It's so important because solutions are there, but we really have to scale up, knowing that we also are going to be needing 50% more food by 2050 is also a scary thought, because not only do we have the pressures that we have now today, but also thinking of the future, moving ahead. And I can just say that we just need to make sure that leaders are seeing the food crisis as it needs to be a priority for everyone. And as a punchline, I just want to say that solving the global food crisis is everyone's business. Everyone.
Yeah. And it's smart business. Please. David, you've got a great statistic, and that is, I think, what Germany and other nations learned during the Syrian war, which was the price it takes to feed a person who wants to stay in their own country despite the challenges relative to the cost of providing food, support, whatever it is in a country like Germany. And you can quote me, I don't want to misquote you, but I think the difference was 50 cents in Syria versus $70 a day in Germany. It's smart business sense above everything. It's sensible policy. Did I get the stat right? I thought you were going to come in there and correct me.
You got it right.
Well, the only add to that is
Please.
it's less. It's about 7 cents per person if we teach them to farm.
Oh, and that's the other thing. Not just to feed yourselves too, but to feed others as well. It can be an income-generating project rather than just feeding yourself. Eric, on that point, China. What can we learn from China? I believe 75% now of agricultural patents for things like gene editing to try and protect against crop wastage, viruses, whatever it is, are coming from China. And this is a country that knows it's got a lot of people to feed and more people to feed in the future.
Yeah, I think China agriculture is transforming rapidly, and they're doing it by government working together with companies to support farmers, but not just farmers, going all the way to the food companies and the consumers with sustainability data. What's amazing now in China, we have these map centers, which multiple companies support farmers with everything the farmer needs. So with a 60-kilometer radius, the farmer gets their soil sampled, gets taught regenerative techniques, gets their seed, everything they need, the financing. Then they get higher quality, sustainably grown foods. And the blockchain goes all the way to the consumer who can scan the final product and see a picture of the farmer who grew their product and the sustainability data, how much greener that product is. And I think the learning for me there is government working together with industry to support not only farmers, but the whole value chain all the way to the consumer, and then consumers wanting sustainably grown, healthy foods.
It works in a command economy. Does it work in other countries?
It has to.
Okay.
So I took this role at Syngenta 6 years ago, and I would say we had no collaborations with any NGOs. And I would say I would spend maybe 2% of my time with other companies through the value chain. Now we collaborate across the whole value chain, the ag input companies with the grain companies, the processors, the food companies, the retailers, NGOs, government officials, World Food Program. You know, we're all in, we know that we're all in this together, and we have to collaborate. So the answer is yes, we have to do it. We have no choice. It's the only way we solve food crisis and climate crisis.
You presented to the United Nations and said, look, we're ready. ECOWAS countries, we're ready to invest. We just need the money. We need financing. We need support. We need to be listened to so you understand, to your point about the challenges of conflict. There are many complexities, but if you provide people with the money that they can do more than just provide food for their families, they could perhaps sell some of that food and provide income, you would transform some of the 30 million farming households across the African continent. What was the response when you went to the UN and said, hey, show me the money?
Well, the response was good in some cases, but in others...
I feel like you're being a diplomat.
Yeah, of course, as Africa, we would want more. We have had support from the World Bank, the African Development Bank in particular, coming up with the finances that we need to invest in the range of measures that are being discussed here. So, for example, we will have to invest in making sure that we minimize post-harvest losses.
Right. 30 to 40%, to be clear, across the African continent. This is each harvest.
We need resources to invest in warehousing of the crops that are produced. And I can tell the audience that Africa has the capacity to actually produce surplus for the world.
And this is such an important point. Africa could be a net exporter to the world. David, what difference would that make?
No, Africa can feed the entire world, clearly. But what's the problem?
There's many.
There's been a lot of money poured into Africa in the last 2, 3, 4 decades, and we're just not making the progress we need to make. And I think from the World Bank to IFIs and as well as donor nations have got to be more strategic and effective with how we move into nations that need to improve productivity, et cetera, from transparency, rule of law, and a list of many, many other things. I know we've changed how we do a lot of things in Africa. We no longer just bring food into Africa. We now buy a lot inside Africa, trying to stimulate local markets. We do now cash-based transfers, literally a couple $2 billion inside Africa, and we're doing everything we can to teach. And I can tell you, for every beneficiary I've ever met, I've never met a beneficiary that wanted a handout. They want to be able to take care of their own families, their own villages, their own communities. And you want to talk about entrepreneurship? Talk to an African woman out there in the village. Oh, my gosh. It's unbelievable. I can show you video after video of me talking with, like, Biba and these other women, like Mr. Beasley. You came in here and you gave us a water well so that we can now fish ourselves.
Yeah.
And she said, I'm no longer feeding just my family. I'm now feeding the village, selling into the marketplace. We're buying clothes. We're buying medicines. and now I'm paying for my son's wedding. And she said it with such pride. She says, if I can get 5 more acres. I mean, that's the thinking, when the difference between handing out food and giving a tremendous way and opportunity. And so the donor nations have got to rethink, you got to give us the tools to scale up and achieve this success, because the entrepreneurial spirit is just as strong in Africa as it is in any developed nation around the world. Clearly, and I can tell you, the World Food Program will never end hunger. United Nations will never end hunger until the private sector is front and center and engaged with leaders around the world. You're never going to end poverty and hunger.
Are you engaged enough as a business community? I know you are, but the business community?
We have to be engaged more. I mean, we've got to solve this. But let me give you one example. So the World Food Program has put together something called the Farm to Market Alliance in East Africa. And so it's Yara, it's Bayer, Agra, Rabobank, and Syngenta trying to work together to figure this out with farmer solution centers in a number of countries, including Tanzania and Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Zambia. And we're learning a lot, but we've got to do better. But the fact that we're coming together, what we've figured out what we need to do, though, is we're willing to come together and work together, but we have to connect to the demand downstream, and we have to get stronger government connections.
Right.
So all of that has to come together. So we need some examples of that happening and success, and then we'll get there.
Okay, I'm energized. Miriam, 18 months.
Yes.
We'll come back very briefly at the end to the short term. But you have 18 months. We shouldn't be going to any COP without talking about food security, quite frankly, given, as we've said, the two things are inextricably linked. What's the game plan? Give me 5 bullets, or however many you want to give me, but the pressure's on.
Okay.
Because we need to come out of COP28, COP27 fine too, but
yes,
you know, you're key for this. The same way as we did last year, like deals, signing, agreements, the business community, supernatural bodies. We can make huge strides, but we need a game plan.
Yeah. So
give me the vision, 18 months out.
Okay. So COP26, most countries put out when they want to reach net zero, but it's quite far into the future.
Yeah, but it's only what, 9 harvests. So if I think about that in terms of food security, I'm already like jumping up and down on my seat. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Okay. So what's really important is that we need to ensure that, first of all, as I said, innovation.
Right.
And a lot of initiatives have happened. And even just today, all the meetings I've had, there's so many new initiatives happening where people want to collaborate and really push forward the innovation. Like I said, the NDCs, making sure that countries are now putting more ambitious targets, because innovation has just gone so far, and those who have already submitted their NDCs, I'm sure they're a lot further on. They can put more ambitious targets, including food systems in the NDCs.
Yeah.
We're going to have, definitely at COP28, food systems is going to have as much weight as the energy conversation is going to have, because it's something that's touching us all, and we need to make sure that this is getting the attention that it deserves. Also, making sure we have the inclusivity part. We need to make sure we're taking all stakeholders, from smallholder farmers, youth, women, that they're all part of this conversation. I know we're a country, it's an oil and gas country. Again, this is very unique about COP28. We've got the first global stock take. We're an oil and gas country, but we're serious about this. We're serious about this. We're here. We know that within our journey that we've already taken on the energy sector, we're not perfect, but we at least have a vision, we have an aim, and we want to make sure that we are part of the conversations as global responsible citizens in this conversation.
And there's no time. We can't let perfection get in the way of action, quite frankly. We have 1.5 minutes left. So, David, the challenge is on. I mentioned I want to bring it back to the short term, and I want to talk about the alarm bells, the focus. Yes, he was a keynote speaker and did not want to participate. So I apologize. I know. Again, at some point in the future, I promise. You're in demand, Your Excellency. We have 1.5 minutes. I do want to go to David on the immediate crisis. You've said open the ports. We need to find a solution to open the ports and let the supply out. We didn't talk about Russia too, but we can't sustain our food system without fertilizer from Russia. That's a basic fact, and we need to acknowledge that, I think, and globally we need to acknowledge that.
And crops from Russia.
And crops, I agree. And I think people don't understand the implications of sanctions, which I think is important too. We have to look at the consequences of all of them. But David, I think what we're looking at here, and we can debate how you open those food corridors, how you get that grain out, but we need to do it, and there will be global consequences if we don't. But I think what we perhaps have to say is, whatever Vladimir Putin's legacy is and hopes to be, he's potentially threatening famine, global famine around the world. How about that for a legacy? Does that need to be the short-term message that we present today?
Failure to open up the ports is a declaration of war on global food security.
Right.
It's that simple. If we can get the ports open, it doesn't solve the problem, but it begins to create stability of a volatile food market right now, combined with all these other issues that we're facing, which we could talk about all day long. And so every 1% increase in hunger, there's a 2% increase in migration. Just think about that for a minute. And we just gave some numbers. We've gone from 80 million to now 323 million people marching towards starvation. So it's doing the math. Break down to which countries? African countries, Asian countries, Middle East countries. And I tell my friends in Europe, you don't need to be concerned only what's happening to the east of you. You need to understand what's going to be happening to the south and to the southeast of you if you don't rein in this global food security problem. And if you think you're having a problem now with a world of 7.7 billion people, and we're struggling now to feed everyone, which is absolutely horrendous. Imagine what's going to happen when we have 10 billion people, 12 billion people, and climate impact is only going to increase. And what breaks your heart? There's $430 trillion worth of wealth on planet Earth today. There should not be a single child on this planet that goes to bed hungry, much less starve to death. And there are enough leaders in Davos this week to end hunger, not just by charity. Yes, that's important in a very singular crisis we're having right now. But long term, we need their engagement, their ingenuity, their creativity. That is what the world needs at a time like this.
The rallying cry doesn't get stronger. And by the way, David, to the earlier point, we don't want to put you out of business. We just want you to be the last line of defense, not the first. And that's the challenge too. Your panel. Thank you.
military and security interest. But I'm glad there is a military and security muscle emerging. And I hope, and by the way, we will be cheering for you if your core interests are protected, especially against the insidious and sometimes creeping onslaught from the Chinese. And that is the test. Bullying a $1.5 trillion economy with sanctions is not bravery. But taking on a $15 trillion economy and bringing them to keel, it would be defending core interests. And I don't think I'm seeing that sitting in Asia.
Alex, jump in.
Yeah, just quickly on Europe used to be called a regulatory superpower, but I actually think it's become an actor in the past 10 to 12 years, whether you like it or not. Because if we live in this new world of geopolitics, actually a lot of the instruments that the European has, competition policy on big tech or trade sanctions, for instance, they are the exclusive competence of the European Union. I think the European Union was an actor in the euro crisis. You might have liked it or not. Correct. It was an actor in the migration crisis. It certainly was an actor in COVID. And now it's an actor in the war in Ukraine, which is kind of interesting because we always belittle what the European Union does. So you should look at it as, like Samir said, as both an actor and a regulator. It's never going to be, you know, a big state or anything like that, but it certainly has a role which is different from what it used to be.
A good argument for why politics matters more, as we just suggested. Yes, please.
Cor van Zadelhoff from Holland. What is true about the serious rumors that Mr. Putin is seriously ill? And what will be the immediately consequence, what the Forum thinks about when he will hopeful peacefully pass away. Hopefully he doesn't take too long that he hurts his health too much. What is the immediately consequence you expect from this fact?
Well, Alex, you're geographically closest to him, so clearly you have the most insight into this.
I
can see you
no,
from
I
your
mean,
house.
First observation is I never liked this sort of psychoanalysis that a lot of Western media was doing about, you know, the state of the mind of Putin and the size of his tables and COVID isolation. I think it's a rather irrelevant you know, but I met him quite a few times, and I think, and Bill probably as well, I mean, he's very intelligent, he's well prepared, he's shrewd, he's cold, he's calculative. Now we're getting into sort of this physical analysis of you know, is he eating cortisone and, you know, what's the... It's not the point. You have to understand that in Russia, ever since the 1600s, there has been a stable, strong leader with the Romanovs that came in after the age of unrest. There's only been one period where the leader hasn't reigned supreme, and that was Yeltsin from 1991 to 2000. Everyone else, there's a clear hierarchy and a full dependency on both the oligarch side and the governance side and the princes. So there can always be a rather easy transition to a new leader within the Russian system, but it's always exactly the same. So in that sense, it's almost irrelevant whether Putin is leading the show or not. What happened in 1991, after the sort of pushing away of Gorbachev, there was a junta that came in, which was much more hardcore, until then Yeltsin stood up on the tank. We just simply don't know, but I think in the West we need to stop this, you know, medical analysis of Putin. It doesn't get us anywhere, whether it's psychological or physical.
I think the second part of your question is very important. You know, what does the world look like after Putin is gone, and what should we all be doing, whether, you know, planning in the boardrooms or planning in governments, to try to mitigate the negative impact if we do end up with another like-minded or a Navalny type? We just don't know, but certainly there are things we can be thinking about now, and it's important to be thinking about that now. I don't think we're talking about it enough.
Samir, go ahead.
You know, I think I just want to pick up on Alex's point and something that you mentioned, Ian. Listen, I think we all have to realize, and especially those who believe in largely free, open societies and fair business arrangements, that the EU, the Indo-Pacific, the US interests, Indian interests are not independent of each other. And in some sense, I think the big project we all need to look forward towards is making the multilateral world, multilateralism, work with the multipolar world. I think, like Alex mentioned, it was shaped by two big powers, and the winner or the winners shaped many of the ethics to their preferences. We're in a very different world, and I think the multilateralism is not fit for purpose anymore. It's not serving any of us. By the way, on John's point, I think you're absolutely right. I think the Indo-Pacific and European security are linked, you know, are joined at the hips in some sense. And it is impossible for the continental play to not be shaped in a certain way unless Europe stands up. And Europe is standing up. And like I said, I applaud that. Many of us are going to be cheering for a strong European security presence in many of the debates of the future. Perhaps it could moderate some of the idiosyncrasies of the US, by the way, who also needs to, who's beginning to also realign many of their recent positions. So I think we need to work together, and I'm hopeful that we'll.
I promised you lively, informative, and on time. Would you please join me in thanking
about violence, about discrimination, about resilience in a way that children will listen to. So we are teaming up with UNESCO on this project. We launched it in several countries already, in India, in Mongolia, in Djibouti, in Mauritania, in Chile, in Lebanon, and we want to launch it in every country of the world. In France, a couple of weeks ago, every country in the world which is interested, we are there because we want to contribute to one of the biggest challenges of society, we feel, which is the education of our children. Everything is linked with that. In addition to education, we invest, and we have invested in the last 6 years, since I became president of FIFA, over $3 billion in football projects in what we call the Forward program. This is 5 times more than what was invested before. As of next year, we invest 7 times more, not because we make 7 times more revenues, but simply because the money goes where it has to go. It goes in building stadiums, pitches, infrastructure for boys and girls to play all over the world. We have put in place as well a COVID relief plan, $1.5 billion to allow our federations to keep football alive. Not the top professional football, but the amateur football, the grassroots football, girls football, boys football, which has suffered a lot with the pandemic. I think the only sports federation who has done such a great project has been FIFA, and we can do that. Why? Because we've put our house in order. We've put our house in order because we want to regain the trust of the public, of the authorities, concluding agreements with the African Union, with President Kagame a couple of years ago, with the Council of Europe, with CARICOM, with Pacific Island Forum on Climate and Environment Change. So many projects which are important for our society. And you know, the United States Department of Justice has just remitted to FIFA $201 million, which they had seized and confiscated from corrupt FIFA officials in the past, for us to reinvest this money in football projects around the world, because they have trust in us, in the new FIFA. And this is a very crucial element for us, because only together, in partnership, we can succeed. Let me please just say one final word, since this is a session I didn't have the opportunity also about the special session. Look at this magic trophy over there, the World Cup. The only one who is allowed to touch it is this gentleman here, because he won it, and myself, because I have to give it to those who win. Nobody in the Emir, of course, because the heads of state, they can as well. Nobody else can touch it. But let me just say that this is a special year. We come out of the pandemic. We are in a divided world. We need excuses to bring people together. We have the best excuse with the World Cup. Come to Qatar from the 21st of November to the 18th of December. You will experience the experience of your life. The best World Cup ever, not only from a football point of view, but also from an experience point of view, witnessing the Arab culture, the history, the welcoming way of dealing with those who will come. And this will certainly contribute to, well, maybe a little bit to making the world feel a little bit better.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end. Your Highness, thank you so much for the wonderful work. And let's clap once more. Give a warm applause to the members of the panel once more. Thank you. Thank you.
want to point out to you, thank you very much, thank you. Please feel free to come forward and take up some of the empty seats here. Let me point out to you that while this is going to be a terrific panel on the World Economic Outlook, it is also going to be broadcast live on CNBC. So you will be in vision as part of the audience during the broadcast, and this program will go out internationally. So be aware that depending on where you're sitting or standing, and whether you stand up and attempt to walk out at some point during the middle of the show, during the middle of the panel, you will actually be seen on television, possibly in the country that you come from, by someone who knows you. So just be aware of that fact. I just wanted to tell you that before we start the panel properly. We have a terrific lineup here. I know everybody is very interested in what's going to unfold over the next 6 months or so. We've had a very rocky first few months of the year, as you all know, as far as the capital markets are concerned. We know interest rates are going up, we know inflation is a problem, and we know that that is generating its own second round effects in the global economy. So we're going to try and address some of these issues, and hopefully, and I'm sure we will all leave this room smarter than we were when we came in. But I know this room is already incredibly smart, given that we're at a World Economic Forum event. So I'm going to sit down, and then I'm going to do a formal introduction, and then we'll get the questions to our panelists started. If I can hand this back. So a very warm welcome, everybody, to this World Economic Forum panel on the global outlook. My name is Jeff Cutmore. I work for CNBC, and you'll catch me Monday to Friday for 3 hours in the morning doing the Squawk Box program. So hopefully after this panel is finished, if you haven't already found me or CNBC, you will reach out and do so. Good. So what I want to do here is start off this panel by engaging you, our audience, before I start to ask questions of our panelists. And I want you to help me direct questions at our panel. And the question I have for you is, are we heading into recession or not? And what I'd like from you, and let me just tell you, the room is quite dark, so most of our panelists won't be able to identify you if you do put your hand up. So be reassured and be confident that you won't necessarily be seen voting. But what I'd like to do is just, with a show of hands, ask the room, the brains trust here at the World Economic Forum, the people in the audience who are concerned or believe that we are heading into a recession, could you please put your hand up? Okay, just very roughly, that feels like around half of the room to me. Nodding heads, about half the room. Right, okay. Let me ask you a different question. Who believes that the global economy will have a soft landing, and that ultimately policymakers in our central banks and in our governments and heads of business will help the global economy achieve a soft landing? Who thinks that that is the most likely outcome? Please raise your hands. Okay, well, this is not scientific in any sense of the word, but on a simple count of hands in the room, I would say that around half of you feel that a recession is very likely, and a small number of you are confident that a soft landing can be achieved. So I think that gives us a very good sense of the mood in the room, and that, of course, helps me shape my questions to our panel. And let me introduce our panel, because I've made them sit here and not say anything for a few moments. And I think it's important that we bring them in because they are all very important people with very interesting connections to the global economy. So let me start with Kristalina Georgieva, the Managing Director of the IMF. Good to have you with us, of course. You appear to have set the tone, almost, of this meeting by talking about the confluence of calamities that are facing the global economy right now. So hopefully we will address some of those potential calamities and we will address how policymakers can best negotiate them. Francois Villeroy de Gallo, the Governor of the Bank of France, a very warm welcome. You're also on the ECB Council, of course. You said on Friday that our short-term priority is fighting and mastering inflation. Events have overtaken us in a sense that Christine Lagarde today has made it very clear that the ECB is now embarking on a rate hiking cycle this year, and we may even see 50 basis points at a single meeting. We will see. I love the Gallic shrug so early on in the panel. Jane Fraser is the CEO of Citi, who forecast a brutal winter for markets, not at the beginning of the year, not a month ago, back in October of 2021. So your crystal ball was working very well, I have to say. You also expressed caution about the Chinese economy coming off the boil. So that, again, was another very prescient call, and I'm now thinking about relocating my pension fund, given that she seems to be so accurate on what is likely to unfold in markets. And David Rubenstein, co-founder and co-chair of Carlyle Group. Great to have you on the panel. You told CNBC back on the 5th of May, inflation has been a problem, but it should not cause a recession. And I think we can update that view because you were on CNBC earlier today, and I think you reiterated pretty much the same point, that you feel we can escape recession, as did President Biden when he was asked the same question. So you're in a esteemed company in Tokyo within the last 24 hours or so. So let me get on to some questions. The OECD has just trimmed first quarter GDP quarter on quarter to 0 or negative for most of the G7 economies. So given the mood in the room here, Managing Director, are we actually already in a recession in some G7 economies? And how concerned should we be about that?
You scared the audience effectively, but I can tell you, you have not scared your panel. So my answer is going to be not at this point. It doesn't mean it is out of question. We have downgraded our projections for growth for this year in April for 143 countries. This is 86% of global GDP. And since then, in a short period of time, a little bit like the weather here in Davos, the horizon has darkened. Why has it darkened? Well, when we did our projections, the war was already ongoing. Now we see the consequences going far and fast. In addition to that, tightening of financial conditions, dollar appreciation, and China slowing down. Jane's prediction, unfortunately, has materialized. So we are looking down this 2022. It is going to be a tough year. We have commodity price shock in many countries, and the particular shock I want to bring your attention to is food price shock. Over the last week, because of that sense that maybe the economy is getting into tougher waters, oil price went down. But food price continues to go up, 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 up. Why? We can shrink the use of petrol when growth slows down, but we have to eat every day. And the anxiety around access to food at a reasonable price globally is hitting the roof. and I don't want to be too negative at the start, but the climate crisis has gone nowhere. The digital money has hit a little rough spot. We expected that, and it happened. Nonetheless, think of numbers. 3.6 is our prediction. That is a long way from 3.6 to global recession. What we may see is recession in some countries that are weak to begin with. They haven't recovered from the COVID-induced crisis. They are highly dependent on imports from Russia of energy or imports of food, and they have somewhat weaker environment already. But we have not seen that yet.
So you've laid out, I think, very clearly for us some of the ongoing challenges. David, why do you feel more confident that recession can be escaped, and is that only for the United States?
Well, when I worked in the White House under President Carter, the inflation advisor, Fred Kahn, said that he thought we were heading into a recession right before the 1980 presidential election. And President Carter called him into the Oval Office and said, look, I'm running for re-election. Don't use the R word. It scares people. So Fred Kahn said, what am I supposed to do? I'm an honest man. So he said, just don't use the R word. Subsequently, Fred Kahn said he thought we were heading into a banana. And he used the word banana because he realized reporters wouldn't put a headline that said, Fred Kahn thinks we're heading into a banana. So I'm very reluctant to use the word recession. But let me just say that we're not in a banana yet, but I think the signs are not as favorable as I would like, only because the war in Russia and Ukraine is not likely to end soon. If the war ended tomorrow, I think the economy would bounce back. But since it's not likely to end tomorrow, I suspect that will be the precipitating factor, given all the food chain and energy problems that come about because of it. So I think, I don't want to say we're in a banana, but I would say a banana may not be that far away from where we are today, unless the war ends very quickly.
It's such an important question. I think we should let every panelist have a go at this. Jane, how do you feel about the outlook from here?
Yeah, I think, David, to your point about the R word, there are 3 R words right now. It's Russia, it's recession, and it's rates. And it depends where in the world, which one is more prevalent. So in the States, it's much more about rates because there's more resiliency in the economy, in the labor market, in the consumer. The consumer is sitting there on $3.4 trillion of deposits. Coming into COVID, they were sitting on $1 trillion. So there's some buffer there. To be seen if it's used wisely or not, the jury will be out on that. I think much more concerning for Europe, that is right in the middle of the storms from supply chains, from energy crisis, and obviously just the proximity to some of the atrocities that are occurring in Ukraine. When you go elsewhere in the world, I'm just back from being in Asia and in the Middle East, and it was wonderful to see those countries again in person. They're different than they were coming out of going into COVID. When they come out of COVID, they are stronger. They're coming out of the lockdowns. There's some more sense of optimism there, and I think even China is seeing this as an event that's occurring rather than a long-term trend. They'll no doubt have some packages that they'll come to stimulate the economy. Food, to the managing director's point, is, I think, the big worry here, because that could be the wild card when people are hungry around the world, and there's going to be 1.5 billion hungry people without necessarily either the means nor the access to food, particularly in Africa, but not only. That is a problem.
We'll come back to the policy response and how we can address that, because clearly there is going to be a difference in how people experience a dramatic economic slowdown. I just wanted to be very clear, though, because you mentioned Europe in your answer. Are you pretty much convinced then that Europe will experience a recession?
Yes.
No. Let's take this to the Bank of France governor.
And I hope I'm wrong.
Can I bring this to you, Governor, because, and let me, if you don't mind, put another little spin on this. Is the EU ultimately going to drive Europe into recession by insisting that it abandons Russian oil and gas at this stage, or is there an alternative?
So to take the European view, first we all knew from day one that this war was bad economic news, less growth and more inflation. And this is the price we accepted together to pay to protect our values, to be at the side of Ukraine and democracy. It was worth probably paying this price. We now know a bit more about the effects in Europe. About activity, and this is why I would disagree with Jane, at least so far. Activity is obviously less buoyant at the end of last year. We had a growth in the euro area of more than 5%, 7% in France, so it was really record high. But it's resilient. If you look at German IFO this morning or at Banque de France monthly surveys, and the IMF forecast for the euro area this year was 2.7%. We'll see where we are, but it's still significantly positive. By the way, services are in better shape than industry, so it's an opposite image if you compare to COVID. So the main problem, at least in the short run, is inflation, without any doubt. And inflation in the euro area is not only higher, even is slightly less high than in the US, but 7.4%, but it's also broader. And this is probably the main issue. Core inflation is 3.4%. And this is why we have to normalize monetary policy. Without any doubt, it's what President Christine Lagarde said very clearly this morning. There is an increasing consensus in our governing council about the start of the journey. Let me say one word about our aim at the end of the journey, at least in 2 years, 24. We will bring inflation back towards 2%. And this is not only in all our forecasts. Look at all forecasts, including from the IMF. But it's our commitment. And we will do it through normalization of monetary policy and not tightening. I will perhaps elaborate on that. It's a normalization. The question of growth will come back, but I would play down the idea of a short-term trade-off between inflation and growth. In the short run, our priority is clearly, as you reminded, fighting inflation, and we will do it.
So, Governor, very clear answer. Can you be equally clear with this answer? Are rate hikes in July and August now a done deal?
In August, we have no meeting, Jeff.
September?
It was
you can have an emergency meeting at any point.
Side. But do you want me to elaborate? No.
July and September.
Perhaps a general consideration. Attention is focusing very much on the short term. When will we precisely end net asset purchases? When will we have the first rate hike? All of this is important, but frankly, if you look at President Lagarde's statement this morning, the deal is probably done because there is a growing consensus. I think that the next steps of the journey are now more important. I made a speech 2 weeks ago about a possible roadmap going towards neutral rate and yes, achieving 2% in 24. I wouldn't over-focus on what will precisely happen in July, September, etc. But we have a roadmap.
Oh, I think central banks used to not tell people what they were going to do, and they didn't talk about it after they did it. You had to figure it out by figuring out what was going on in the market. Now, since Ben Bernanke in the United States and then Janet Yellen and Jay Powell, the Fed chairs have said it's better to tell people what we're going to do and explain what we did. And there's a plus to that. But the downside is once you say what you're going to do, if you don't do it, you've got bigger problems. So having said we're going to have 2 consecutive 50 basis point increases in the next FOMC meetings, if we don't do that, people are going to think that, A, we have no concern about inflation any longer, and that's probably not realistic, or if they give a bigger increase than the 50 basis points, people are going to say, oh, it's a bigger problem than they thought before. So either way, it's a difficult thing to do anything other than what you said. And so I think what the Fed chairman said, it's 50 basis points the next 2 meetings. I think it'd be unlikely he would change that position.
2021, we were told that this was transitory inflation. 2022, the beginning of, we were told this is transitory inflation. Effectively, the causes of that inflation were misdiagnosed, and now we're told that the right medicine is to dramatically hike interest rates to choke off demand. We were told this is a supply-side problem. How do we know that the right medicine is actually to give the European economy 2 interest rate hikes so far, July and September, and perhaps the 2 that we're talking about in the United States?
Well, may I?
Go ahead.
Sorry. 2 quick reactions. First, you speak, Jeff, of dramatic rate hikes, etc. This is not the kind of words which are in Christine Lagarde's statement or in my expressions. I use the word normalization for a very simple reason. We are still releasing the accelerator. We had exceptionally accommodative monetary policy with asset purchases, negative interest rates, even in our cases. And as far as we are not at neutral rate, it remains accommodative. So we are releasing the accelerator. We will see if later, after the neutral rate, we have to press the brake. And second, you are again with this idea there 50 basis points hike, etc. Frankly, we are not there. What is important is to see this journey, and it's not a dramatic change in the language. It's a change in the situation. There was a supply side shock last year, you are right. But it's why I mentioned that core inflation is increasing. And if you allow me a technical remark, in our forward guidance in the ECB, we have an important condition on underlying inflation, the third one. I think it's more and more important because if it is about core inflation, then monetary policy is relevant again.
With global debt higher than it was in 2008, inevitably markets are going to take this kind of messaging badly. David.
On inflation, I just wanted to add, it's probably a mistake for all of us who comment on these things and think about these things to have thought that you could stimulate the U.S. economy as much as we did because of COVID and stimulate the European economy as much as they did because of COVID, and to think that there wouldn't be inflation coming about as a result, plus the very loose policies the Federal Reserve and other European central banks had in terms of buying securities and so forth. So that was probably oversight to think that that wasn't going to produce inflation. And then when the war came in Ukraine, that compounded the whole thing. What we've learned before is that when inflation gets into the system, it takes a while to get in, but it takes a lot longer to get it out. And that's what Paul Volcker always used to say. It takes a lot longer to get inflation out of the system than get it into the system. It's taken a couple years to get it in. It's going to take a while to get it out.
Jane.
And I think the reality is that when you're asking any of us, what's the rest of the year going to be like, we don't know. There's uncertainties, I think, that will get clearer around supply chains. So if all goes well, we're starting to see the supply of commodities beginning to outstrip demand because, to the managing director's point, you have an ability to reduce down demand somewhat on the commodity front, excluding food. So I think we're getting quite optimistic that there is a path forward from the chaos we've been seeing, that the supply and demand imbalances on commodities will ease up. That will help. But on all of the geopolitical and the other fronts, we just don't know. And so what we're asking of our central bankers is a very difficult thing, which is to take actions now without quite knowing where they'll overshoot or undershoot. And I think we've got to have some patience here and really have our eyes open and understanding what happens to consumer behavior, what happens to confidence, what happens in the corporate sector, and take this step by step.
Well, Kristalina, I mean, Managing Director, one of the problems with this story is that we know that, in part, the supply chain challenges have now become incredibly politicized. You know, the focus very much for companies all around the world is looking at the manufacturing hub of China and China's response to COVID. And we've talked a lot about that, you and I, in recent months, and you've given very frank views about how you think that living alongside COVID has to be the right response. But here today, we now have President Biden ratcheting up the tension again with China over the issue of Taiwan. This will only increasingly politicize the supply chain story and encourage disinvestment of Chinese businesses in America and American businesses from China. How does this help with inflation?
Let's go back. In 2021, we were all overly optimistic that having vaccines is going to eliminate lockdowns. And at that point, we didn't think that supply chain interruptions are going to play a major role. Now we know better. Supply chain interruptions because of COVID today are a major factor for the Chinese economy, for the Asian economies, for the world. The second thing we learned with the war is that there could be unthinkable shock that adds fuel to the inflation. And that is a broader lesson. We do live in a more shock-prone world. What is the conclusion if you are a business person? Forget about politicizing, not politicizing. You would say, I have to change my view of economic efficiency to include supply chain predictability. Security of supplies clearly cannot anymore be left on the theme of least cost solution. And therefore, we all have to think of the years to come, whether this change in our concept of economic efficiency that includes supply security may be a more permanent factor pushing prices up. And if it is, then, since you say I'm very frank, I will be very frank, then we all have to think collectively whether we can afford the luxury of fragmenting our economies even further. What is going on in this more shock-prone world should press us to seek ways in which we work more together. But we draw a lesson, and I'm sure Jane would know this lesson from experience, that if we want our people to support us working together, we have to be less obsessed with globalizing profit and more with localizing benefits for communities and countries. So, to put a positive note here, we did get a tax deal, 137 countries agreeing that there has to be a fair distribution of profits of global companies, some for the country they are generated, some for the countries they come from. And there should be a minimal tax that everybody subscribes to. In other words, more fairness in the way we split benefits. And then think of how, as a world, we ought to be striving for our children, for our grandchildren, to enjoy benefits of higher standard of living. If we fragment the world, we are all going to be poorer. And one point I was raising my hand. Jane talked about the fact that different countries are in very different places. And that makes me go back to recession. Today, there are two countries in deep recession. Ukraine, at least 35, maybe 40% contraction. And Russia, vis-a-vis our October projection, 11.5% contraction. And there are countries that are so severely hit by spillover of events like Sri Lanka or Lebanon or Egypt, where the pain is felt. They're in a more difficult place. But you go to the United States, in the United States, no bananas.
Well, David, you want to pick up? Well, 2 points I'd like to add. One, all recessions are not equal. The definition of a recession varies, and some people would say it's just 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. If you have 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth, it can be a mild recession. And recessions aren't the end of the earth. They typically happen every 7 years or so. So it shouldn't be a great cause for alarm if it's a mild recession. Second point is that why, when all the stimulus was going into the economy, did people not worry about inflation? To some extent, the central bank's mission has changed. When the central banks were set up, their main mission was stable currency, little inflation. In recent years, decades, the mission has been changed a bit. It's worry about unemployment. And the concern about unemployment has gone to make central banks more worried about things like rising interest rates, because that will produce higher unemployment. And that's a bigger concern. That was not a concern 30 or 40 years ago, when they were really only worried about currency and currency stability. So that's a big factor. So when interest rates started, when we had the COVID problem, we could have increased interest rates and increased unemployment, but the Federal Reserve recognized that its mission was to kind of keep unemployment low, too.
Well, let me come back at you then. What do you make of the capital market reaction that we've had to the actions that the central bank has taken so far? It seems to me that there is, as we near this correction territory for the S&P, there is an argument here that the markets have overreacted. But what's your impression?
Remember when Ben Bernanke once said, maybe at some point we'll slow down quantitative easing, there was a so-called taper tantrum. And all of a sudden the market acted like they can't believe he was saying that. This time, the Federal Reserve has been saying very carefully, here's what we're going to do. We're going to tell you in advance, no surprises, no tantrums, please. And the markets overreacted. Why? Because markets are nervous and markets like to overreact. It's like the markets have overreacted to what the Fed is doing. I can't control the markets, but I think they have overreacted a bit.
Well, they have also been complacent.
Hang on a second. I'll bring you in just a second. I know everybody wants to get in on this. But David, let me just press you for a moment, because markets have overreacted, and we think about the markets as the S&P and the Dow. If you look at the technology stocks, some of them are down over 70, 80%. It looks like 2000's tech crash all over again for some companies in that space. Is this not 2.0?
In the crash that occurred in 1999, 2000, 2001, you had internet companies with no revenues, obviously no earnings. They had nothing but a business plan in some cases, and those companies shouldn't have gone public, let alone maybe been getting any capital. Now you've got a company like Netflix, which has 250 million subscribers. It may not have been worth what it was worth in the market a few months ago, but it's certainly worth probably more, in my view, than it's currently traded for. Markets overreact, and when they overreact, that's a chance for good investors to go in and say there's an overreaction and buy at the bottom.
Well, there's for every Netflix, there's a Peloton or another business. I mean, I'll push it back at you, because there are a lot of people who look at the way that Wall Street has behaved over recent years, the whole SPAC phenomena, the way that the private equity community have thrown money at moonshot ideas. Has this been an irresponsible phase, and is this part of the reason why we're now going to have to take our pain?
Well, I'm not defending Wall Street and everything that was done in the SPAC market and all the valuations put on all the companies, but some of the companies that were highly valued and people made fun of for a while, like Amazon. Take Amazon. People made fun of it in 1999 and 2000, said it really shouldn't exist, and obviously turned out to be a great company. A lot of these companies whose values have gone down recently are still great companies, and maybe the value is overreacted by the market. I think there's some great buys there. I don't think it's all of a case where we 1999 and 2000. Now, SPACs is a different situation. That may be a phenomenon that may not come back again.
Anyway, sitting on a bank that sees a lot of these flows and activity globally, I think one of our observations in the US is it's actually been remarkably orderly amongst the investors. They have not sprinted to the door the way they have it with the world financial crisis when that crash happened, and where we were in 2020. We have seen a fairly systematic takedown and change in asset allocation. The fixed income markets, when we look at issuance, have been incredibly constructive. We haven't seen problems of companies or governments, indeed, being able to access the markets. And debt issuance has been identical to 2019 as it has been this year. So I think it's important not to confuse order and orderly shifts to the changes that David's talking about with some necessary corrections that occur. And from our perspective, frankly, what Chairman Powell is wanting to have happen, which is an adjustment in the behavior, and in the States, it's not only that the inflation, but it's adjustment in risk assets. We're seeing that occurring in the equity market, the credit market. There isn't so much strain yet. We've seen some in commodities. We've seen a bit in high yield, but this hasn't been the catastrophe it could have been.
Governor.
First, I want to reassure David about central bank's mission. In our case, ECB, at least, it remains very simple. We have a single primary mandate, price stability, full stop. So
in the United States, it's changed.
I said it at least from the ECB standpoint. But can I come back to what Kristalina said about the supply side? Because I think it's extremely important. To put it in a nutshell, there are two significant changes this year. First, inflation is back, and this is why we will normalize monetary policy and we will deliver. And second, we are not allowed to forget about growth, but the policies are not the same. If you look at the last 10 years, it was mainly on the demand side, especially during COVID, thanks to accommodative monetary policy, and yes, fiscal policy. These two support policies will have less space for obvious reasons. And now, growth is linked with supply side policies, be it trade, and yes, rules, and avoid fragmentation is possible, education, investment, climate change, etc. And we shouldn't forget this part of the agenda. Inflation is priority number one short term, supply side is a priority for the middle term. Can I introduce a last reflection on that, Jeff? Growth remains a positive word, probably for most of us in this audience. But if we look at to our fellow citizens, unfortunately, it's not the case. If I would oversimplify, for our older fellow citizens, growth is over, and for our younger citizens, growth is dangerous, because it's a threat to climate, etc. So we must win this battle and show, and this was our discussion in the G7 last week with Kristalina and others, we must show that growth is still possible thanks to modern supply side policies, and that it is a condition to have fairness and climate transition. Well, but this is a battle which is absolutely key.
We haven't mentioned globalization, and globalization has been a deflationary situation. It really helped keep inflation down. Now, because people are challenging globalization and because supply chains are being brought back into various countries, it's probably inflationary, and that's one of the reasons we have more inflation now, because people are worried about globalization for other strategic reasons.
Yeah, we'll come back to this globalization story, because I've got another angle around the financial aspect to this. But Governor, I just wanted to come back to you because I have a quote. You responded to a view expressed, I think, about the way that COVID money was handed out and the approach that President Macron's government took. Many people see debt as limitless and cost-free. You said such a seductive double illusion is our greatest danger today. And yet we hear governments now talking about a fiscal response to the unequal pain that is being felt by inflation. We've just had overnight from the States, I think, a $40 billion spending plan put forward. The Commission is now talking about suspending the fiscal rules until 2023. The Commission is talking about raising money in the debt markets for the green transition, the energy transition. Who knows where that money is going to end up? They raised money in the debt markets to address some of the pandemic impact. It seems to me that no one is listening to your words here, that governments feel that they can continue to spend and raise money in the debt markets even as interest rates are rising. Something's going to break, isn't it?
To put it in a nutshell, because it was a long and sophisticated question. But these were exceptional circumstances, COVID, which required exceptional answers. So I supported in France and in all our countries, Kristalina, the so-called whatever it takes. But the illusion that it will last forever is very dangerous. 2 years ago, the debt had almost no cost because we had zero or even negative interest rates, and no limits because everybody was borrowing. But now debt has a cost everywhere, in the US, in Europe. It has a positive cost. If you look at the 10-year US, it's 3%. If you look at France, it's 1.6%. So it's a dramatic change. And second, it has limits. because it cannot be exceptional circumstances forever. This is why we should care about sustainability. And I believe that we can find other ways to finance this supply changes Kristalina mentioned, associating also private resources and funding. In our case in Europe, it's the so-called capital markets union. So not everybody should rely on fiscal policy.
I mean, you know, unfortunately, it always seems to be an exceptional circumstance, doesn't it, when governments raise money to address problems in the economy. David, very quickly, and I want to bring the managing director in because she's waited a long time to respond.
You raise a very good point on debt, which we hadn't talked about. The United States has now $31 trillion of debt, 31 trillion, about 129% of GDP. The only Western European country with higher GDP ratio is Italy. So we have a very high debt ratio, and the truth is we've been paying this debt for a long time with very low interest. As interest rates rise, it's going to eat up more and more of the budget. Right now we're spending 7 to 10% of our budget in the federal government on interest. It's going to rise to the teens and higher than that, and so that's a big problem, which I think is a bigger economic problem in the future than almost anything we've talked about.
Managing Director, let me come to you because I want to ask a slightly different question, but it does relate to everything we've talked about. The World Economic Forum's own economist survey threw up an incredible statistic. I think of the 50 economists that they had in this survey, 90% of those economists expect average real wages to fall across low-income economies. Now, back to this question of the appropriate policy response. How do you protect those people without worsening inflation, but guaranteeing they have access to food, to the security they need to live a good life?
From the very beginning of the pandemic, we have been ringing the alarm bell that there is a dangerous divergence in economic fortunes between advanced economies, middle-income countries, low-income countries. Remember the statistics. Advanced economies port 28% equivalent of GDP in support for their households and their businesses. Middle-income countries, 6%. Low-income countries, 2% of a tiny GDP. This is first time in the last decades when poor countries, rather than catching up with those better off, are falling further behind. Why should we all in this room worry about it? Because it breeds instability in these countries. What can be done? You're asking the right question, Jeff. What can be done is, first, for richer countries to stick to their pledges to support low-income countries. Two, for institutions like mine to, in relative terms, step up support for those who most need it. Last year, we did $650 billion new allocation of special drawing rights. This year, we are doing, for the first time, a massive transfer of special drawing rights from countries like France, that gets it, but has a great central bank and a policy, very, very sound policy. They don't need this so much. So France committed 20%, other countries followed. We are now moving this money to be able to support exactly what you're flagging, the tragedy of poor countries, often not by fault of their own, but by exogenous shocks, the COVID and now the war, to be able to sustain these shocks and secure, the livelihoods, the lives of their people. I would add a third point that is so critical for our conversation. We must improve the way we cooperate, but not throw the baby with the bathwater. Globalization has served the world well. accept that we made a big error to pretend that it has worked equally well for everybody everywhere. It did not. So concentrate on fixing what needs fixing so these countries can have a chance to be part of global value chains, to offer their people better opportunities. And this is why we're here in Davos, to do exactly that.
Jane, you're welcome to applaud, please do. Please do. Jane, I just wanted to come back because, I mean, what David, in a way, implies with this hike in interest rates is there's going to be an even more intense competition for global capital. But I think we're now beginning to see the start of real deglobalization of the financial economy because the sanctions against Russia have just told anybody that has dollar reserves they can be seized at any time, and your access to the SWIFT system for payment settlement can be closed off at any time. We've had a salutary lesson on how easy it is to cancel countries in monetary terms. Now, I don't want to pick on you, but I know that since you've been at Citi, you've now talked about exiting 13 markets. That's the kind of message that's the kind of act that sends a message that increasingly you don't see a value in being in some of these international markets as we see this deglobalization of the financial economy. So one, the competition for capital is going to increase, which is going to encourage countries to put up interest rates that can't afford them. And two, companies like yours that are relocating out of those economies are taking your business away from them.
So we're not exiting 13 countries.
So I read it wrong in the reports.
We open our bank stores in 97 countries every day. We operate 160, and we intend to stay
so
that
you
way.
are not selling the retail operations in Mexico, in China, in Russia, in Brazil.
I'm exiting a consumer business line to focus on the institutional clients that we serve in those countries, precisely because we see such growth in globalization. Our bank moves $4 trillion of volume a day in foreign exchange, cash management, and trade. That number is going to be 10 trillion before we know it. It requires significant investment. So I think, like many industries and many different companies around the world, we all have to invest in digitization, in scaling up, in being able to operate with the scale and speed of a digital world. To bring that back to globalization, what are the threats and what are the opportunities, therefore, from what we're seeing? Clearly, there are threats of fragmentation, splintering. There's been some weaponization of not just financial services through sanctions, but trade flows and other pieces. So it's changing the nature of globalization. I think one of the critical pieces is what do we need to solve to tackle exactly what we're all talking about here? And it picks up a bit of what David said. It's the technological advances that will enable us to move supply chain resilience. It takes someone 5 to 10 years to move supply chains dominated by China to other parts of the world and build this out. These are problems that are going to take long. It's a Herculean task to get the global economy to greenify. And it's a complete overhaul of the global economy that's required. These are big challenges. They're sources of important resilience for globalization going on. And we're all going to have to be institutions with a brain and institutions with a soul, and operating both of those together to solve these problems. It can be done, but we've got to work on this on long-term problem solving, and it's exactly what David said.
Your question pointed out a very good point. There are three financial consequences, leaving aside inflation, to what's happened in Russia. One is the banking system. It's clear you can shut people out of the banking system. People hadn't realized you could do that so easily. Second is the confiscation, you could argue, or freezing of somebody's assets. Nobody had ever thought you could take the dollars in somebody's foreign reserve account and freeze them. And that's a big issue that the Chinese are obviously going to have to think about, because they have $3.2 trillion in foreign reserves, and they're probably wondering, could this happen to us? And the third issue is the centrality of the dollar. The dollar is still almighty dollar. While people say it's another reserve currency might come along. It's going to be a long time before there's another reserve currency. But people are worried the dollar is now so powerful and so important that other countries are going to say, what are we going to do about this?
Yeah.
Well, Governor, the intriguing question really that I don't suppose you'll answer, but I will ask you, because you have talked about the value of the euro, is did the euro just get too weak to the dollar, and that's why the ECB is responding? Because the euro is now at 2017 levels against the greenback, and that is importing inflation into the eurozone. Are you responding to the euro?
I will try to answer your question. No, Jeff, we have no exchange rate target. Obviously, we have an inflation target, but exchange rate matters. And I repeat it here because imported inflation can put us away from our target. But our monetary policy is not targeted for exchange rate purposes. Can I add one thing on globalization? Because there is a risk of deglobalization or fragmentation. We should be careful about that. I agree with Kristalina. Obviously, there should be common rules, common values. But can I plead that at least in payments, we shouldn't have a fragmented world? Because if it's a fourth financial consequence you didn't quote, it would be a catastrophe, including for diversification of flows as the one you mentioned. We could have geopolitical fragmentation in payments. We could have also private fragmentation. By the way, this could be one of the very few good news of the last weeks or months, that we said clearly in the G7 that we appealed for a quick, global, strong regulation of crypto assets worldwide. If we can take this opportunity, we will protect investors and we will preserve the world from an unnecessary fragmentation.
Christine Lagarde said they're worth nothing. Why are we regulating an asset class that has no value?
Because there are several investors around the world, including many young people, who have lost much in recent months. And the illusion, and frankly it was an illusion, that you can have an investment with a high reward and low risk, it should be regulated, explained. There are also anti-money laundering issues. There are some countries like China which intend to prohibit crypto assets. I think it's more innovative and more innovation-friendly to say we regulate them, but it's an emergency question now. And again, we said it last week in the G7. I strongly hope we will have this regulation in Europe this year. We can have it in the US and elsewhere. We will have done our job.
Managing Director, I want to come to you on this, but David, very quickly to you here. 19,000 cryptocurrencies. Are any of them worth anything?
Well, crypto, the younger generation says the older generation has devalued the dollar or the value of the currency, so maybe something else isn't so bad. Secondly, if they put a smaller percentage of their net worth in, it's not likely to bankrupt them. But the most important thing that's coming out of this, I think, is this. Whether crypto is worth X or Y or Z, to a lot of people it doesn't make a difference. The government can't get it and figure out what you have. So a lot of wealthy people who want to hide their assets after the Russian situation will say, all right, I'll put 5% or 10% in some basket of cryptocurrencies. The government won't know what I have. They can't get it, and I can always get access to it. So I think people are not going to be dismissing these cryptocurrencies because it can be hidden from the government, and that's what people want to do in some cases.
Since you brought that up, and the Managing Director mentioned the agreement on a global tax deal, if the Republicans win in the midterms, is that tax deal dead?
Well, whether they win or they don't, I think the tax deal isn't going to happen. Global tax deals always sound great, but getting them implemented is very, very difficult because somebody always kind of breaks the system. So I'm not sure, even if the Democrats were to win the House, all of a sudden the global tax system that we've talked about will come into being. I think it has some good sense, but getting a global tax system is one of the hardest things to do in the world. And getting all these countries to agree on a certain minimum rate, I think it's going to be very difficult to do.
Managing Director, you can come in on any of these topics.
On this one, of course, it is very difficult. This is why for a whole decade, we would be in meetings, Francois and me, and there would be discussion about a tax deal, and I frankly would switch off because I know nothing is going to come out of it. But now there is a renewed sense that there has to be more fairness and that taxation matters. And if we are not able to fix it, then we would be all poorer because we would be more fragmented. And that gives a bit of a chance for a tax deal. Maybe it would be somewhat modified. Maybe you're right, David, and nothing is going to happen. But in my lifetime, this is the best moment we have had. And it is on the basis of wanting to have a world economy that works better for a majority of countries and people, not just for the few.
I agree with you. Look, it's a good thing. I applaud people that worked on it, but my experience is that what motivates humans and all beings, species, is one, staying alive, eating, shelter, reproduction, and tax avoidance. And tax avoidance is one of the great motivators of human life, and I just worry that it won't be able to be implemented so well.
Look, we can talk about that all night long. We have 3 minutes. Adam Smith, going back to the father of the market economy, what did he say? What do we need for a country from a mess to turn into a prosperous country? We need peace, low taxes, and rule of law. So I'm all for low taxes, but I'm against income from poor countries being sucked into rich countries, leaving the problem you asked me about unaddressed. And can I say something about digital?
We can go a little bit longer, I'm told.
Okay. One big responsibility for all of us is to actually explain to people what is what. What is central bank digital currency? What is stable coin? What is the differentiation between real stable coins and non-stable stable coins? And what is crypto? We haven't done our job. When we look at stable coins, this is the area where the big mess happened. If a stable coin is backed with assets, 1-to-1, it is stable. When it is not backed with assets, but it is promised to deliver 20% return, it's a pyramid. What happens to pyramids? Eventually, they fall to pieces. And that is where regulation, Christine is talking about this segment, but regulating the stable coins, ensuring interoperability of CBDCs, and recognizing that Bitcoin may be called coin, but it's not money. All of this we need to work on.
Governor, very quickly, see if I can get along the line very quickly.
No, very briefly on that. First, I agree 150% with Kristalina. By the way, you have an excellent panel at 6 on CBDC, so don't miss it. And no, I only wanted to bring good news, hopefully, on this tax agreement. We could have good news on the European side, and believe me, having unanimity of EU 27 is not that obvious, but we could have good news till June, and then the good news might cross the Atlantic. And I think there is a sense of common responsibility. What is at stake with this crypto regulation, with taxation? It's not bureaucracy, it's not red tape. It's giving our fellow citizens the feeling that globalization can be fair. And if we miss these two opportunities, there are examples, but very good example. If we miss these two opportunities, we will have missed something much more dramatic. Because here in Davos, or in this room, we are in favor of globalization, but we must show that it can be fair, green, and bring more social justice. So let us take the opportunity. It's a burning political question.
Jane, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, so if you look at what's happening in the world, we're unbundling from what was the old institutions of the world financial order, and we're now rebundling around new digital architectures that are largely born digital. So there's a disconnect between the two. And I think to the point we're talking on crypto, or we're talking on all the different dimensions in the world, the imperative is that we bring with that the safeguards, the independence of institutions, and some of the software to make sure that 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 new system around these digital architectures does fulfill the promise and the opportunity they can afford for inclusion, for tackling the countries that are having challenges here, but it's going to require a lot of brain power and thought rather than just economic opportunism to make sure they work. So we love the technology, not sure about some of the crypto products as an example.
It says time out on the board, but I'm going to grab a couple of minutes just to wrap up, because it's always better to finish these panels on a generally positive note, I find, and we've talked about a lot of the challenges here and that confluence of potential calamities that we could be facing. So maybe if I could just leave each of you with the opportunity to say in a few moments, what is the most positive thing that policymakers could do to make sure we have an easier ride going forward than perhaps some of the messages from the audience have suggested we will have?
I would say over the last 25 years, we've had at least 3 crises that are worse than this. The bubble burst of the early part of this century, the COVID problem, and the Great Recession. They were all far worse than where we face right now. And I think the people responsible for the government and the economies recognize the challenge we have. People are on top of it. And I don't think it's going to be the crisis that we've experienced in the last 25 years in any of those 3 instances. It'll be a mild banana if there's a banana.
Jane.
Build long-term resilience and thinking in the longer term. Let's get the government policies for climate change that are in the framework we need in place for the longer term, the same for healthcare for the next pandemic, and the same for the economic resilience that we need and the social resilience. We need some more long-term policies, long-term planning here.
Governor.
My positive message would be that democracies are not that bad. And we had we had an impressive proof. We reacted together, stronger, quicker, and more united than expected to the war. And look at what happened to 2 non-democracies. They didn't. We have painful debates, divisions, but they didn't avoid very heavy mistakes. Probably China for its COVID strategy and Russia for its Ukraine invasion. It's a good lesson.
Managing Director.
The overlaying crisis upon a crisis, they have taught us a very important lesson. Think of the unthinkable. Yeah. Pandemic, stopping the economy, unthinkable. War in Europe, until it happened, unthinkable. How many more unthinkables are going to come? And the positive is that now that we know, then this concept of resilience, resilient people, educated, healthy, with social protection under their feet, resilient planet, one that we care about to pass to the next generation in good shape, and resilient economy that is more than just the banking sector, labor conditions, how we work, all this matters. And I honestly think very positively about us becoming more mature and therefore